Chapter 2369, True Selves Arrive, Great Clash of Heavenly Venerates. Everyone was enchanted. Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu was too dominant, facing two great Heavenly Venerates all by himself. He was clearly already heavily injured, yet was not afraid in the slightest, and looked down loftily on the rest of the world. And if he was in his prime condition, just how noble and majestic would he be? Ling Han could imagine it. When Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu had battled with the foreign realm Heavenly Venerates, he had also been alone, and he had just charged onwards like that, turning even eternity into a void, and destroying the foreign realm's dreams of invasion for several epochs. This would cause one's blood to blaze, dream about this, and be filled with admiration. Unfortunately, Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable and the other great Heavenly Venerates had clearly deliberately concealed this part. The future generations had not even heard of a person like the Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu, and that was the same for even Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable. If it were not for the fact that there were some old celestial kings that had been alive since that era, Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable's sacrifice would probably have long since been buried in history. Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable's expression darkened. Friend Wu Lu, your time is already limited. Even if you can save this brat once, how could it be that you could save him 10 times, 100 times or 1,000 times? Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu scoffed. As long as I am still alive, I will not allow anyone to touch a single hair on his head. Both Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable and Jianghu Heavenly Venerate did not speak further, and merely looked on coldly as if capable of freezing even time and space. Even Ninth Heaven Celestial Kings could feel their bodies trembling as a boundless chill spread out. It should be known that this was only the divine sense of two Heavenly Venerates. If their true selves were here, just how terrifying would it be? Heavenly Venerable Tier was too powerful. More and more celestial kings were arriving. Next, it was not just celestial kings. Even a considerable number of ascending origin tiers and immortal palace tiers had arrived. The majority were the most talented of the younger generation, such as Ji Wuming, Shi Chanzi, Hong Huang, Jialan, the Rain Emperor, and so on. When they saw Ling Han, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How was this possible? Wasn't this guy being hunted by the Heavenly Venerates? It was said that he had fled into the foreign realm, but after roaming around there, not only had he returned completely unscathed, he was accompanied by another Heavenly Venerate. Just what kind of great luck was this? Ling Han swept a glance over. His eyes first paused on the Rain Emperor, and he smiled slightly at this second brother of his before shifting over, and pausing on Hong Huang. He was stunned. This guy actually hadn't died. A dead person could still be revived. This was his first time encountering something like this. It had to be the power of a Heavenly Venerate. How truly shocking that they were capable of even reviving a dead man. This was truly heaven-defying. However, at this moment, whether it was Ling Han, Ji Wuming, or Hong Huang, none of them were in any place to speak. The three great Heavenly Venerates were the true main characters here, and they were also the only leading characters. More and more people arrived, but after a while, space ripped, and two people walked out at practically the same moment. Xiao. The two slivers of divine sense of the Jianghu Heavenly Venerate and Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable immediately shot towards these two people, and sank into them in a flash. These two people were the true selves of the two great Heavenly Venerates. Their true selves had arrived, and this might naturally could not be spoken about in the same breath. They did not need to move, and even the heaven was trembling and the ground was cracking as clouds swirled quickly. A boundless heavenly tribulation was already forming, turning into an ocean of lightning giants that blasted out at these two great Heavenly Venerates. Hand him over or die. Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable demanded coldly. He was clearly only as tall as the average person, but as everyone looked at him, it was like they were looking up at a god that was millions and millions of meters tall, and their only option was to kneel and worship. You're dreaming. Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu scoffed. If he had wanted to hand Ling Han over, he would have done so long ago, and the reason why he had not fled earlier was because, firstly, this was the pride of a Heavenly Venerate, and secondly, he knew that wherever he fled, he would be caught up with ultimately by the two of them, so he might as well battle them here and now. Battle until these two people hurt, and naturally they would no longer dare to say anything else. Then we will send you off to the underworld. Zhou Heavenly Venerate spoke, his voice overbearing and filled with the authority of an emperor. Instantly, the majority of people were compelled to kneel, feeling like even their hearts were close to exploding. Only the minority, a few Ninth Heaven Celestial Kings, were exempted. Those were the Celestial Kings of the highest tier. Zhou, you really think you are the highest authority now? Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu laughed coldly and actually made the first move. With him sending out a palm strike, it turned to a millstone that shrouded the heavens and sun, and descended on Jiu Heavenly Venerate. An ancient seal appeared on this millstone, surpassing the height of regulations, as if it was unveiling the true essence of the heaven and earth. Those ninth heaven celestial kings instantly widened their eyes and looked on carefully. This was a Heavenly Venerate using himself as an example. If they could grasp some ideas from this, who knew, they might be able to open the great doors that led to the Heavenly Venerable tier. Heavenly Venerable tier had surpassed regulations, but this did not mean that he could not use regulations. This was Heavenly Venerate Wu Li's own Tao. Jiu Heavenly Venerate was naturally unafraid, charging forwards with his fists. Boom, boom, boom. The two great Heavenly Venerates fought. This was too terrifying. The heaven and earth was forcefully ripped apart, as if doomsday was about to arrive. And as they fought, the heavenly tribulation naturally became even more terrifying. Heavenly Venerates were elites that could truly damage this heaven and earth, and the moment they appeared they would be targeted by the heaven and earth, and if they battled they would sustain an even stronger backlash from the heaven and earth. But now, neither of the two great Heavenly Venerates paid any regard to this. They were only battling with their full efforts. Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable set his eyes on Ling Han. It was only a stare, yet Ling Han felt as if his skin was about to explode. Small tower. Ling Han said softly, and a strong power instantly bubbled out of his body, the aura of pseudo-Heavenly Venerable tears spreading out. Now that he had returned to the celestial realm, the Black Tower naturally could extract the power of heaven and earth of the celestial realm, and was completely revived. However, the Black Tower had not completely recovered. Thus, it could only help Ling Han reach the height of pseudo-Heavenly Venerable tier now. Otherwise, it could have boosted him to a higher level. However, this was more than enough to deal with the pressure exerted by the Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable. After all, there was no need for him to clash with a direct attack from a Heavenly Venerate. Humph. Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable moved, stretching out a hand. Instantly, it arrived in front of Ling Han's eyes. It was as large as a star, planning to squeeze Ling Han to bursting. Sealed Emotion, what is the point of bullying a child? Heavenly Venerable Wu Lu suddenly charged back, his fist flying towards Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable's face. Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable knew that Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu was already close to the end of his line, but this was still the attack of a Heavenly Venerate after all. How could he possibly dare to be careless? He had no choice but to give up his attack on Ling Han, and turn around to parry the attack from Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu. Ha 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 ha. Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu laughed loudly, his lofty aspirations soaring. He alone was clashing with two great Heavenly Venerates, and still managed to attack with every move, making it seem as if he alone could match two great Heavenly Venerates. Everyone was exclaiming repeatedly in shock. They had not thought that this newly appeared Heavenly Venerate would actually be so impressive. Sealed Emotion and Jiu had their own considerations. It was not that they were no match to Wu Lu. On the contrary, the latter was already covered with multiple injuries, his battle prowess dropping drastically. Either one of them was actually stronger than Wu Lu. However, it could not be helped that the Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu was aiming to die together with either one of them with every move, and neither of them had the resolve to die with him. In fact, they were not willing to even sustain severe injuries. Thus, Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu naturally had gotten the upper hand in the initiative. But this kind of situation could not be maintained for too long. Under the pressure of battle of Heavenly Venerable tiers, Heavenly Venerate Wu Li's injuries would very soon explode, and he would be killed first by the heaven and earth without any interference from them. Do you really think that we cannot do anything to you? Jiu Heavenly Venerate was truly angered now. His forehead split apart and a divine sword leaped out. Instantly, every person that wielded a sword felt their sword heart trembling as if it was about to crumble, and whether their sword was in their god tool or otherwise, they were all moaning. Chapter 2370, At the End of the Line? Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable appears. Die. Jiu Heavenly Venerate brandished his sword, and a majestic light blazed. Only a strong sword chi was left in this world. It was like an emperor had come out, and everyone could only kneel on the ground and bow to him. This was a Heavenly Venerable tier precious tool, Jiu Great Imperial Sword. In front of this Imperial Sword, any other sword-like tools could only tremble. This was the reverence they felt towards a Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu clenched his fists and greeted the incoming blow. Ping, 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 sword light and fist chi collided, dazzling hundreds of millions of kilometers. They exchanged a series of several hundred blows before finally ending the clash for this round. Copious amounts of blood were gushing from Heavenly Venerate Wu Li's fists, looking just like a golden celestial fluid. Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu frowned slightly. His present battle prowess had dropped so greatly that he would actually be wounded by the other's weapon. He would be more willing to battle intensely to boiling point, drawing the interference of the heaven and earth so that they both would not dare to continue the battle further. Otherwise, should the power of heaven and earth move aggressively, it was definitely not something that a first-tier Heavenly Venerate could deal with. After all, neither of them had transcended, and they were still limited by this realm. But he had not expected that his own battle prowess would actually decline so greatly. Going by the look of things now, the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable only had to summon his own precious tool, and the two of them combining forces should be capable of very quickly suppressing him. Wulu, what is the point? Sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable asked coldly. Since you have already become the dust of history, why did you have to appear again? Heavenly Venerate Wulu laughed, his fighting spirit reignited. How could a Heavenly Venerate possibly feel despair? Even after being refined by the desolate eternity Heavenly Venerate for so many years, he had never given up, and had always been earnestly preserving that sliver of practically impossible hope. However, he had truly managed to wait until Ling Han came. He wiped his blood casually, and pressed the Heavenly Venerate blood on Ling Han's body. Instantly, Ling Han grunted, feeling like his skin was on fire, and blood was dripping from his 7 apertures. It should be known that Ancestral King blood was greatly nutritious, and what Ling Han had gotten was from those in 14th Lotus and below, and not this was Heavenly Venerate blood, so it was naturally incredibly overwhelming. Thankfully, when Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu had wiped the blood on Ling Han's body, he had already erased the murderous aura contained within, or Ling Han would not be able to bear it, even if he was a pseudo-Heavenly Venerate right now. But the benefits were endless. This was Heavenly Venerate blood, and what Heavenly Venerate would extract their own blood to nourish someone else. If it were not for the fact that Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu had been bleeding from being attacked, he naturally would not waste it either. As for now, it would be a waste if he did, so it would be better that he use it on Ling Han instead. Ah! Ling Han released a loud shout. The Heavenly Venerate blood entered his body, turning into gushing lava. This power was too shocking and he felt incredible agony as if his whole body was about to explode. But the boundless great power of heaven and earth was modifying his physique. This was similar to void particle energy, but it was clear that the Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu had not grasped it. He was a first-tier Heavenly Venerate, so what he possessed was the unique power of the celestial realm. Even in such agony, Ling Han was still carefully experiencing it because this was an incredibly rare opportunity. He touched this power to establish foundations for the day when he would advance to the Heavenly Venerable tier in the future. When a Heavenly Venerate ascended Tao, they would definitely have to grasp this kind of unique power. This was the basis of a Heavenly Venerate, and was also eternally engraved in his bones, signifying that he would be a person of this realm forever. Whichever realm they ascended Tao in, the unique mark of that realm would then be emblazoned on them. With his present power of pseudo-Heavenly Venerable tier, Ling Han was qualified to make a slight comparison, and realized that this unique power of the celestial realm was slightly inferior to void particle energy. It was just by a bit, and there was practically no distinguishing which was superior or inferior, but there was still that slight sliver of a gap. What nonsense are you spouting? Come fight me. Heavenly Venerate Wu Li's fighting spirit blazed. He had already been suppressed for over a dozen epochs. Previously, it was for the sake of escorting Ling Han back that he restrained himself from fighting, but at this moment he only felt the fiery emotions of wanting to have an intense battle to his heart's content. Sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable spoke no further, and a string of purple bells appeared above his head. The intent realm of primordial age and history flowed out. Upon closer look, phoenixes and dragons were entwined on these purple bells. Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu looked and couldn't help but clench his fists, looking furious. You have actually refined both Ancestor Dragon and Ancestor Phoenix. The two of them were living beings that were from the first batch of creatures that came into being when the realm was first created, and were also the strongest beings among them. They were practically capable of representing the celestial tool, yet their spirits had been plucked out by the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable to increase the might of his own precious tool. Sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable smiled faintly. I have never forged my own precious tool, because I have been waiting for this Ancestor Dragon and Ancestor Phoenix to reach the pseudo-Heavenly Venerable tier so that I could refine them into my 10,000 Dragon Heavenly Phoenix bells. When these words fell, everyone was speechless. Ancestor Dragon and Ancestor Phoenix were both two of the strongest among Ninth Heaven Celestial Kings, and there was a chance that they could take that final step. It was rumored that they had been in seclusion for the last few epochs, and a great many Celestial Kings were also filled with anticipation about this. Once the two of them appeared, there might be another 2 Heavenly Venerates added to the ranks of the Celestial Realm. But now, as it turned out, the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable had actually extracted the spirits of these 2 powerful Celestial Kings, and turned them into his precious tools. He had gone too far. But who would dare say anything? At first I had wanted to refine your corpse after your death to increase the might of the 10,000 Dragon Heavenly Phoenix bells, but since you are so stubborn, I will refine you directly. Being irrigated by the blood essence of a Heavenly Venerate, this precious tool's might will definitely become even stronger. Sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable declared wickedly. Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu was outraged, his black locks all fluttering upwards. He had not thought that the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable actually had designs on him, and planned to refine his corpse for his precious tool after his death. However, both great Heavenly Venerates were already going all out. By himself he was weak and he was severely injured at that, so how was he supposed to counter them? He had always been unhindered for his whole life, and what crisis or danger had he not encountered before? Even when the Heavenly Venerates of the foreign realm were right at their borders, he had still forged on without fear, and in the end successfully halted their enemies outside their borders. Yet now he discovered that there was really no way out for him. Why had this damn power of heaven and earth still not reached its limit yet, so that these 2 great Heavenly Venerates would refrain from acting to prevent harm to themselves, and not dare to wreak further destruction? Otherwise the 3 of them could only die together. We should end this now. Zhou Heavenly Venerate charged out, sword in hand, the aura of a great emperor flooding out. Boom. Ling Han's body bounced out of nowhere, releasing a frightening hum, as if his body was a battle drum that was being pounded. And both sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable and Zhou Heavenly Venerate turned to look at him, sensing that his present condition was slightly unusual. In their eyes, a pseudo-Heavenly Venerate was not much different from mere trash. At most, it would only take slightly additional effort for them to deal with him. However, the aura that was seeping from Ling Han at this moment surpassed pseudo-Heavenly Venerable tier. It was not the blood of Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu, but rather something in his body seemed like it was about to be revived. Ah! Ling Han roared, his chest splitting apart, and a black tower appeared abruptly. Yuan Sheng. In the distance, Shang Jiwei exclaimed in shock, tears streaming down her face instantly. Heavenly Venerate. The large black dog had also popped out from who knew where and jumped up and down. Shwa shwa shwa. The Empress, Hu Niu Lu Yutong and the others, all those in the black tower, were tossed out, including things like star stones and ancestral king blood. Xiao, the black tower rapidly grew in size, turning into a 9-story tower that was filled with an intimidating ancient aura. Yuan Sheng, you have already died. What might could a precious tool have? Sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable said coldly. Just like they would instill a sliver of their own divine sense while they were forging their precious tool, it was this sliver of divine sense that was activated now, allowing the Black Tower to unleash Heavenly Venerable tier battle prowess. Chapter 2371, A Shocking Turn of Events. However, a sliver of divine sense was only just that. When this sliver of divine sense was completely exhausted, the battle prowess of the Black Tower would also fall. After all, a Heavenly Venerate tool was still forged by a Heavenly Venerate, so the strongest was still the Heavenly Venerate. A figure walked out of the Black Tower. It could clearly be distinguished that this was not a real person, but rather a shadowy image that had been formed from countless points of light. Yuan Sheng. Shang Jiwei wept. To think that she could still see the man that she had yearned for day and night after being separated for 8 epochs. She was practically mad with excitement. Meanwhile, the large black dog was barking loudly and was also howling at the skies. Sealed emotion, you are right. I have indeed long since died, and have only left behind a sliver of my divine sense in the Tower of 3 Realms. Once it is activated, it will disperse very soon, Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable stated calmly. However, the 2 of you have made one miscalculation. What? Zhou Heavenly Venerate asked, his voice thundering. It was like the exercise of might from an emperor. Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable pointed at the skies, and then grabbed the black tower. He actually shot rapidly towards the skies. What did this mean? He had appeared with only such great difficulty, and actually did not make his move before this sliver of divine sense was completely burnt out, but rather raced towards the skies. Crack. In the skies, dark clouds spread out, and lightning flashed in their depths. Ya. The three great heavenly venerates, sealed emotion, Jiu and Wu all exclaimed in surprise. Abruptly they realized that the power of heaven and earth was roaring, and turning into multiple dragons that surged forth from all directions. Visible to the naked eye, 16 colored divine dragons flew out from the ground, winding and twisting in the skies. The three great heavenly venerates were baffled. How could the power of heaven and earth actually manifest? This was illogical because the greatest taboo of the heaven and earth was that someone could grasp this essence power, and escape its control. A divine dragon suddenly surged towards Heavenly Venerate Wu, and sank into his body with a flash. Heavenly Venerate Wu was surprised. Heavenly Venerates were not doted sons of the heaven and earth, but rather abandoned children. The power of heaven and earth was not bestowed by the heaven and earth, but rather something he had stolen from the heaven and earth. Previously, he had been severely injured and could not contend with the heaven and earth. Thus, he had been unable to further extract the power of heaven and earth. Not only did his battle prowess drop greatly, his injuries could not be healed either. They would only become more severe and he would finally be killed by the heaven and earth. But now, the power of heaven and earth was actually actively entering into his body. This was too inconceivable. Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable, it must have something to do with the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable. Otherwise this would be too much of a coincidence. My wish is that all life would be akin to dragons. The voice of the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable rang out from the skies. The tribulation clouds evolved, and the image of the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable actually appeared. The aura he exuded was majestic and boundless, far surpassing the level of any first-tier Heavenly Venerate. Both Zhou Heavenly Venerate and Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable were greatly shocked. Could it be that the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable had not died, and had instead become even stronger? Hang on. Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable immediately shook his head, and raised his head to look at the skies. 8 epochs ago you have already fused yourself with Heavenly Tao. Both your body and spirit have already been assimilated into the heaven and earth, but a sliver of divine sense was still left behind. Though I cannot guess the exact details of the situation, there is no way that you can influence the actions of Heavenly Tao. It is only now that you can forcefully interfere with the realm using the divine sense in the Heavenly Venerate tool as a stimulus. Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable smiled faintly. That's right. As all life channels, it has its own rhyme and reason. I have already fused with Heavenly Tao, and cannot interfere in the matters of this realm. However, it would only be a small token for me to make it so that the two of you would be further targeted by the power of heaven and earth. He pointed a finger, and even more 16-colored divine dragons surged into Heavenly Venerate Wu Li's body. Visible to the naked eye, the aura of the Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu was presently rapidly strengthening, and his injuries were also quickly healing. Damn it. Both Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable and Zhou Heavenly Venerate humphed lowly. If things went on this way, it would really be possible for Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu to recover completely. They moved, but with a point of the finger from the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable, boom, 2 terrifying bolts of lighting struck out at the 2 great Heavenly Venerates respectively, forcing them to stop. It was because these bolts of lightning had far surpassed the standards of 9th Heaven Celestial King tier, and had instead reached the level of 1st tier Heavenly Venerate. In fact, even among 1st tier Heavenly Venerates, they could be considered extremely terrifying. This was a warning from the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable. His words did not hold a single lie, and he could really make it that the heaven and earth would target them even more strongly. Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu took in deep breaths. The 16-colored divine dragons surged into his body endlessly, and his body was becoming more and more complete. His aura was also as vast as an ocean. It was like just opening his eyes could cause countless stars to fall from the skies. He had just about recovered to his strongest condition. Both Zhou Heavenly Venerate and Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable were shocked and furious. Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable definitely only had a limited amount of time and extent in which he could influence the heaven and earth, and this was because of that sliver of divine sense that he had left behind in the Tower of 3 Realms. Once this sliver of divine sense dispersed, he would only be assimilated by heavenly Tao. Perhaps he would still be able to see and hear, but there would be no way for him to interfere. No matter how strong a heavenly venerate was, how could they possibly compare with heaven and earth itself? But it was precisely this limited amount of time for him to show his might, and the two great heavenly venerates were completely helpless. If they wanted to oppose the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable, they could, and that was by similarly fusing themselves with heavenly Tao. Then they would all be able to battle within heavenly Tao. But what meaning was there to this? To fuse themselves with heavenly Tao meant that they would no longer exist. Then, even if they defeated the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable, so what? Ha 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 ha. Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu laughed loudly. His injuries had already completely recovered, and he had returned to his strongest state. Even the heaven and earth was helping him cheat, so how could it not be awesome? Come fight me again. He pounced aggressively, challenging the two great heavenly venerates simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The two great heavenly venerates were forced to face the battle. This time, the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable had not influenced the heaven and earth to deliberately target the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable and Jianghu Heavenly Venerate. But Heavenly Venerate Wu Li's battle prowess was unexpectedly great. Even in a battle of 1 against 2, he was actually not at the slightest disadvantage. Both sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable and Jianghu Heavenly Venerate were astonished. Heavenly Venerate Wu Li grinned proudly. With them all being able to become a Heavenly Venerate who would be weaker than the other? Though it was Heavenly Venerate Desolate Eternity that was refining him in this process, he had also spied on the former's Tao. That was over a dozen epochs, and the two Heavenly Venerates were both studying each other's Tao, and contending with each other, traversing the edge of danger. Whoever was the slightest bit careless would be refined by the other. Hence, while Heavenly Venerate Desolate Eternity was powerful, with vitality index that was close to 16,000, that was actually the same for Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu as well. However, as he was in the realm of the foreign realm and could not get any replenishment of power of heaven and earth from the celestial realm, he had become weaker and weaker, but once he returned to his prime condition, his battle prowess would be much too terrifying. His vitality index was also close to 16,000. Otherwise, how would he have managed to stand against the Heavenly Venerate Desolate Eternity? Everyone's eyes were glazed over. Who would have thought that not only had Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu been dragged back from the brink of death, he had become as powerful as this at that. Even in a battle of 2 against 1 he was still undefeated. Yuan Sheng. In the distance Shang Jiwei murmured to the skies. Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable looked towards her, and revealed an apologetic smile. Jiwei, it was I who had let you down. In the future, let go of your grudges and continue living well. No, I want to be with you. Shang Jiwei shook her head, her tone determined and stubborn. Step after step, she walked onwards, and as she walked, her body was also burning. She was actually going to disperse herself and return to the heaven and earth. Master! And Ran exclaimed and wanted to pull Shang Jiwei back, yet the latter waved a palm lightly at her, and she was swept onto the ground. I know you must hate me for killing Yun. Now I shall give my life back to her. I want to be with you forever. Shang Jiwei burned herself, turning herself into regulations that were compatible with the heaven and earth. Everyone could not help but feel touched. Chapter 2372, Forced Away. When one had reached the height of Celestial King tier, who did not just have the Tao of heaven and earth in their hearts, with their only purpose just to become the strongest. Shang Jiwei was a 9th heaven Celestial King. Though she was not the most powerful existence in the world, there were but a mere 3 or 4 people that could surpass her. Yet, for the sake of being with her beloved, she did not hesitate to fuse herself with heavenly Tao. What was even more touching was the truth that the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable had already died, and only left behind a weak sliver of divine sense in the realm. Rather than calling him still alive, it would be more accurate to say that he was a slave forever trapped here. However, Shang Jiwei had still chosen to fuse with heavenly Tao without the slightest hesitation. This kind of love was to be respected and to be pitied as well. The Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable sighed. Jiwei, is it worth it? He could not do anything and could only say this. He could interfere with the two Heavenly Venerates because Heavenly Venerates were not recognized by the heaven and earth in the first place. He had only intensified the strength of the backlash from the heaven and earth. However, a 9th heaven Celestial King was still in the system of the heaven and earth, so he could do absolutely nothing. Because he had long since died, and what was left behind now was only a sliver of thought. Even Ling Han was incredibly moved. Because of Huang, he had always felt conflicted about Shang Jiwei, yet now he felt that this woman was truly worthy of the greatest admiration. However, if it was he would definitely be unwilling for his own women to end their lives in such a manner. However, no one could stop Shang Jiwei. Flames were burning on her whole body. This was her actively burning her life force. A ninth heaven celestial king was destroying herself, so who would dare approach? If they were implicated, that would definitely mean death. Only a heavenly venerate could ignore those flames. But now the three great heavenly venerates were fighting intensely, and not one of them could possibly make a move to stop her. Boom! Shang Jiwei had completely burned up, turning into a flame which finally dispersed in the realm. However, before fusing with Tao, there was not a sliver of pain or reluctance on her face. Her expression was only filled with love. Several epochs had passed and she was actually able to see her beloved once more. This kind of great joy exceeded all else. She was tired and only wished to lie in the arms of her beloved, never waking up. Crack! The heaven and earth grieved, expressing their sorrow at the passing of a celestial king. Silly girl, silly girl. The Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable was incredibly rueful. He stretched out his hand and forcefully captured Shang Jiwei's dispersing spirit. Even if she was a ninth heaven celestial king, her Tao would be destroyed once she died. She would disperse completely, not leaving behind the slightest bit of trace of herself in this realm. The Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable was going against the heavens. He had forcefully gathered Shang Jiwei's spirit, and then conformed it with heaven and earth. Though it was forever impossible for Shang Jiwei to come back to life, she would also never die. She would exist spiritually in the realm, being by the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable's side for eternity. From everyone's perspective, this was an incredibly unfortunate matter, but as Shang Jiwei saw it, perhaps this was the best conclusion for her. No matter how big the realm, how powerful she became and how strong she was, without the company of her beloved, what meaning was there to it? The Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable had also exerted his strongest efforts. He could not revive Shang Jiwei, and could only make it so that her spirit would eternally be left in the realm. He shook his head, but Shang Jiwei could not manifest. She was only a ninth heaven celestial king, and was not qualified to leave behind an imprint of herself in the realm. On the other side, the battle of the three great heavenly venerates was also gradually reaching boiling point, and also caused the targeting from the heaven and earth to become even more frightening. This was not the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable causing trouble, but rather that their destructive power was really too terrifying. All of a sudden, the three great heavenly venerates all stopped. If they continued fighting, they would all be done for. It could not be helped. Who asked them to all be first-tier heavenly venerates? As long as they had not surpassed the heaven and earth, they would still be restrained by the heaven and earth. From today onwards, whoever dares to target this brat will be making an enemy of me. Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu was incredibly domineering, his eyes passing over the great celestial kings, filled with threat. And as for the two of you, he looked at Sealed Emotion and Zhou. If the two of you dare to target this brat again, I will kill every single one of your line. Are you threatening me? Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable asked menacingly. He had been angered. Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu scoffed. So what if I am? If you dare make a move on this brat, I dare to eliminate your line. So what if you are unconvinced or displeased? I don't care. Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable's expression instantly appeared very ugly. Since having become a Heavenly Venerate, when had he been threatened like this? When they had reached heights that they did, they were all working for the sake of transcendence, so how could they possibly care about other matters? But it was a different story for the Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu, who looked like an absolute ruffian. The problem was that this kind of threat was extremely effective. Whether it was Sealed Emotion or Zhou, they both had their descendants and heirs. Though beings like them did not attach too much importance to kinship, who would be willing to really have their whole line eliminated? Furthermore, Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu was really very strong. Only when the Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable and Zhou Heavenly Venerate worked together were they able to stand against him, which made this kind of threat even more realistic because Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu had not said that he would spare the two of them. Damn it, how has this guy's strength soared so greatly? However, I can also give the two of you a chance to kill him. Heavenly Venerate Wu Li's words took another turn. As long as they are not superior to this brat by more than 2 minor levels, anyone can make a move on him. I will definitely not interfere. When these words fell, Ling Han couldn't help but grit his teeth. He knew that the Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu was trying to temper him. However, this Heavenly Venerate had a really high opinion of him, to actually give the allowance of 2 minor levels. It should be known that it was not that the celestial realm did not have monarch stars. For example, if Jianghu was superior to Ling Han by 2 minor levels, just how powerful would his battle prowess be? However, no one knew that Ling Han's most powerful strength now was not his cultivation level, but rather his body art. Under the tempering of the power of heaven and earth, his body art had already far surpassed his cultivation level. Even a supreme monarch star like Shuegu could only be pummeled at his hand. They wanted to kill him with an advantage of just 2 minor levels. Unless the other was also as much of a freak as he was, and had long since touched the power of heaven and earth, this was impossible. Even a freak like Jianghu could not do so. If it was a Heavenly Venerate that had reincarnated, and was cultivating from the very beginning again, then it would be possible. But how could it be that a Heavenly Venerate would reincarnate and cultivate from the beginning just for the sake of killing Ling Han? Wasn't that a joke? Sealed emotion Zhou, do you agree? Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu asked, his dominance soaring. Both Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable and Zhou Heavenly Venerate were speechless. The two of them joining forces only managed to barely match Wu Lu, and even if the Green Flames Heavenly Venerate, who had not showed himself all this while, was added into the equation, the 3 great Heavenly Venerates indeed would able to suppress Wu Lu together, but it would be completely delusional if they intended to kill this man just like that. When strength had reached the level that the Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu had reached, aside from a second-tier Heavenly Venerate, who else would be able to detain him? They could only leave to seek out Green Flames, and discuss the matter before making their next move. The 2 great Heavenly Venerates wore an expression like they had eaten a dead child. They each nodded lightly, turned around and ripped a hole in space, leaving. They would definitely send their most outstanding disciples to kill Ling Han. Additionally, they would also find Green Flame's Heavenly Venerate as soon as possible so that the 3 of them could cooperate to deal with Wu Lu. Otherwise, when the passageway of the 2 realms reopened, who knew what kind of problem Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu would cause again? They were incredibly anxious, wanting to transcend, and with this priority in mind, anything else could be discarded. They could sacrifice anything for the sake of this. As they watched the 2 great Heavenly Venerates actually leaving dejectedly, everyone was in extreme disbelief. These were Heavenly Venerates, supreme beings, and they had actually been forced away. Was the world about to change? Chapter 2373, Battling Huang again. Congratulations, my friend. There is a chance that you will take the second step, the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable said. Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu nodded and said, I have heard this brat speak of you. Furthermore, I too have to thank you. Without your Heavenly Venerate tool, it would not have been possible for me to escape either. He did not use a respectful address for himself, giving the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable enough face. The Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable looked towards Ling Han, and revealed a smile. Actually, he had always been paying attention to this disciple, but there was never a time that required his interference, and it wasn't right until this instant that he finally showed himself. Not only had he resolved all of Ling Han's future worries, he had even found a great backer for him. He was also very gratified. This disciple that was separated from him by generations had hopes of surpassing himself. He felt very relieved being able to delegate the responsibility for the future to Ling Han. Ling Han thought for a moment and then bowed. Greetings, Master. Since he started cultivating the indestructible Heaven Scroll, he had formed a relationship of master and disciple with the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable, even if they were separated by generations. The Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable nodded. In the future you can only depend on yourself. To awaken me, the Tower of 3 Realms has also exercised its remaining might. From now onwards, it will sink into slumber. Unless you yourself can attain Heavenly Venerable tier, only then will you be able to revive it. Ling Han nodded. I will definitely achieve it. You are very good, the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable said. There was a limited amount of time for him to manifest. In the future he would rejoin the Heavenly Tao. Though he could be considered as still existing, no one could know, and it would be eternally impossible for him to make any sound. Fusing himself with Heavenly Tao was equivalent to devoting himself to Heavenly Tao, so it was naturally impossible for him to have any individual existence. Heavenly Venerate. The large black dog raced over, howling at the skies. Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable looked at the large black dog with a smile, and said, Little Black, assist Ling Han well in the future. Don't worry. The large black dog stood on its hind legs as he slung an arm around Ling Han's shoulders. I have been taking care of him all this while, and would always invite him in if there was anything good. Ling Han almost sent a kick over. Aside from screwing others over, what else had this damn dog done? I'm leaving. In the future, you all will have to walk the path ahead on your own, the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable said, his figure becoming dimmer and dimmer. Respectful farewell, my lord. Practically everyone knelt down. They had all heard of the past achievements of the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable. He had fused himself with Heavenly Realm, and crashed himself into the connecting point of the two realms, winning a considerable number of epochs of peace for the celestial realm. This kind of great feat naturally deserved respect. The Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable smiled, his figure gradually becoming fainter as he returned to the heaven and earth. Huang, a black tower descended, yet it had lost all its luster. Heavenly Venerate, the large black dog wept horribly. Usually, he did not act the slightest bit proper, yet it was only now that he revealed his genuine temperament. Farewell, friend, Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu said as well. Though heavenly tribulation was fearful, he did not care in the slightest. He was about to cultivate the first tier to consummate level. His strength was incredibly high, and just a thought could smash the lightning giants that assailed him into bits. As long as he did not take any direct actions which would cause the targeting from the heaven and earth to become even more frightening, he was definitely indestructible and immortal. He looked towards Ling Han again, clapping his shoulder, and said, "Brat, you have to walk the path on your own, and there is no way that I will pave the way for you either. Moreover, only a path that you have walked yourself will be wide enough, and you will be able to walk farther. If there isn't anything pressing, don't seek me out, but if anyone dares to bully you with their superior strength, I will not spare him either." Ling Han nodded. He too had no intention to depend on anyone. As long as their cultivation levels were close, what need would he have to fear anyone? That's right. Just moments ago the large black dog was crying so badly, but the rate of his recovery was also dementedly fast. He had actually clapped a paw on Ling Han's shoulder, cheekily grinning, and said, "Brat, did you hear that? In the future you are to run your own course." He paused and then said shamelessly to Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu, "My lord, in the future just shelter me. Grandpa Dog is 100 times more handsome, with talent 10,000 times greater than this brat's. Really, you would not be able to find anyone better." Scram. Faced with the large black dog's shamelessness, even Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu could not help but raise his foot and send him a kick. Thankfully, Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu was not really angered. Otherwise, if he really kicked solidly, the large black dog could just say goodbye to this world. That's it then. With a wave of his sleeve, Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu took a step, and was already boundlessly far away. He had been away from the celestial realm for over a dozen epochs, so he naturally wanted to roam around everywhere. Ling Han. Ling Han. Ling Han. A group of youths walked over, gathering around Ling Han. In the past, when Ling Han had shown his great might, killing over 100 ancestral kings through trickery, it had practically been a blinding feat. However, they had not managed to interact with him in time when he had already been forced to flee into the foreign realm. "I anticipate another battle with you," Ji Wuming said as he stood in the distance, arms crossed behind his back. Humph. Huang's eyes were seeping with menace. If the Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu had not announced that anyone who was superior to Ling Han by more than 2 minor levels could not make a move, he would definitely have killed Ling Han by now. It should be known that he had died in Ling Han's hands once. If it were not for the fact that the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable had heaven-defying power, the grass growing on his grave would already be a foot tall by now. Ling Han had returned to the celestial realm, and his cultivation level had directly fallen to the second secret immortal palace tier, just like how he had been when he had left. However, he had actually converted a portion of his origin power into source power, so he could be considered an ascending origin tier as well. Yet how this cultivation level should be calculated now became a problem. But the aura he revealed now was truly just at the immortal palace tier. Thus, Huang, who had already advanced to the ascending origin tier, naturally could not attack him. Ling Han looked over and asked, "You are not dead?" Huang's expression became livid, yet he only humphed and did not reply. "Then I will send you to the underworld once again." Ling Han brandished a fist. His cultivation level was hard to determine, but his body art would not be influenced by the regulations. He still had battle prowess that surpassed the consummate level of the ascending origin tier. "I can't be bothered to fight you," Huang scoffed. Don't worry. Since it was I that issued the challenge, Lord Wu Lu would not make trouble for you even if I truly died in battle. Ling Han laughed. How about it? Do you dare to battle me? Huang's heart was moved. Even if he could not kill Ling Han, he could still cruelly humiliate the latter. This was what Ling Han had invited, wasn't it? Thinking of this, he nodded and said, Since you are so determined to ask for your own humiliation, I shall oblige you. He had already advanced into the ascending origin tier. Though he was only at small accomplishment, it was naturally easily done if he wanted to suppress a mere immortal palace tier. Fourth brother, why don't you let me? The Rain Emperor spoke up. Though he had had a late start, he was now in the lead as he, too, had successfully advanced into the ascending origin tier. Ling Han shook his head and said, I can deal with this kind of trash on my own. There is no need to trouble you, second brother. All right. The Rain Emperor nodded. He believed that Ling Han would not do anything that he was not certain that he could accomplish. Since Ling Han was so sure of himself, he had to have absolute certainty in his chances of victory. It will not take a few, I'll be done soon. Second brother, please wait a while and we will have a proper reunion, Ling Han said smilingly. At first, he had wanted to say a few seconds, but remembering that there was no way the Rain Emperor knew of the concept of minutes and seconds, he changed his words. Ling Han, you are too condescending, Huang stated coldly. He was incredibly furious, wanting nothing more than to tear Ling Han to pieces. Ling Han crooked a finger at him. Within 3 moves I will teach you how to behave. Enough. Huang roared, his voice turning into a massive mountain-splitting axe that struck down on Ling Han. The first move. Ling Han said smilingly as he casually threw a punch. His fist landed on the giant axe and a terrifying power surged out. Peng, this massive axe was immediately shattered into smithereens, and the power of the punch was not reduced in the slightest, still blasting towards Huang. Huang's eyes immediately bulged as he was completely incapable of believing what he was seeing. Chapter 2374, Universal Education. Huang was dumbfounded. How could a mere immortal palace tier possess power that could match his? No, it was not just power that matched his, but even one superior to his. He hurriedly brandished his fists in a furious barrage, blocking the remaining power of Ling Han's punch, but his figure was being continuously pushed back involuntarily. Ting, 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 with every step he took, the ground itself would tremble, and the whole surface of the ground would sink down slightly. This was because the impact that he was sustaining was too strong. As he stepped back, he was also throwing up blood, and his hair was also stretching out straightly in bursts, as if someone was pulling on it. Right when he had retreated 50 kilometers, he finally stopped. A trail of deep footsteps was left behind, as well as a trail of blood. Everyone was shocked, completely incapable of accepting this. Was he about to defy the heavens? Previously, when Ling Han had shown his might, he had been able to slaughter even ancestral kings and celestial kings. That was because he had obtained the origin magic cube, and also because he possessed a Heavenly Venerate tool, but the neutral zone was already destroyed by now, so there was no way that he could rely on this power. Additionally, that Heavenly Venerate tool had also expended all its power, and the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable had clearly stated this. Then how was he still able to be so freakish? This was completely incomprehensible. Ling Han smiled slightly. Are you prepared to die a second time? Huang set his eyes on Ling Han, his breathing slightly heavy. After a while he took out a pair of gloves which he slipped on. Multiple seals glowed on them, raising his aura by a considerable number of times all of a sudden. This naturally was a precious tool. It was of the ascending origin tier, and he had obtained it in an ancient site. It wasn't until he had advanced into the ascending origin tier that he could completely unleash its full might. Previously, he had not had the chance to use it at all because his opponents had all been too weak and there had been no need for it. But now, he still did not feel the slightest bit of confidence even after drawing out this precious tool. His opponent was too strong, and he did not feel the slightest bit of certainty. He couldn't help but ask, just what have you gone through in the foreign realm? The fact that Ling Han could be powerful to this inconceivable level had to be linked with the foreign realm. Otherwise, how could his strength improve so rapidly and greatly with just a venture into the foreign realm and back? Everyone couldn't help but prick their ears. They too were very curious. Ling Han smiled and said, aside from the celestial realm and foreign realm, there are countless other worlds and they are called dimensions. There are differences in strength among dimensions. powerful dimensions would be invading weaker dimensions so that they could devour the weaker dimension, and make themselves stronger to avoid being devoured by dimensions stronger than them. These words were quite confusing, but all the people around were either prodigies or celestial kings. It was no problem for them to grasp the crux of his words. Ling Han deliberately used this chance to speak of the matter of the Genesis world because he hoped more people would know what kind of environment they were presently in so that they could lessen internal strife, and have more motivation to forge bravely onwards in unity. As expected, when everyone heard that there were still a great many more worlds like the foreign realm, they were all stunned, and even the celestial kings were moved. Initially they had thought that there were only two worlds, the celestial realm and the foreign realm. As long as they could stop the foreign realm, everything would be peaceful. Ling Han continued, all the dimensions are collectively called the Genesis world, and dimensions are also further categorized into low-level dimensions, medium-level dimensions and high-level dimensions. As for whether there are dimensions even stronger than high-level dimensions, there may be, but it cannot be confirmed. Someone interrupted, then do we belong to high-level dimensions? Ling Han shook his head. Whether it is us or the foreign realm, we are both just low-level dimensions. In fact, we are the bottom of the pile among all low-level dimensions. When these words fell, a wave of commotion arose among the crowd. How could this be? The celestial realm has heavenly venerates, and just what kind of powerful existence were heavenly venerates? There could be no being stronger. Since that was the case, they still could not be considered a high-level dimension. Impossible. You must be grandstanding. Even if we are slightly weaker than the foreign realm, we should still be considered a medium-level dimension at least. Everyone was shaking their heads, completely unable to accept this. Ling Han chuckled. The whole Genesis world is like this. A stronger dimension would be invading a weaker dimension. Take the foreign realm for example. While they are invading us, they themselves are also being invaded by the dark inverse realm. After a pause he continued, and us? We are only being invaded, yet are not invading other realms. That is because we are already at the bottom rank of all the dimensions. Everyone was instantly rendered speechless. Ling Han's words were very rational, though the prerequisite was that what he had explained about the Genesis world was true. With the invasion of other dimensions, our whole world will be destroyed. Thus, we must not have any delusions, Ling Han stated gravely. Huang was impatient. There were some things that he had heard the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable occasionally speak of. He was completely uncaring whether the celestial realm would be destroyed or otherwise, because if that day truly came, the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable would bring his line and leave the celestial realm with all of them. On the contrary, this was a great opportunity. The sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable could transcend, and bring their line to a high-level dimension. Everyone would have a wider space for growth. Because the heaven and earth was different. The difficulty level of advancing into the Heavenly Venerable tier in a low-level dimension would definitely be higher than in a high-level dimension. It could not be helped. This was caused by the environmental conditions. What does this have to do with you becoming stronger? He asked. There was naturally no need for Ling Han to answer him, but he glanced at the others and said slowly, because while realms are different, the regulations also seem different, yet there are a great many similarities. Though our celestial realm is slightly weaker in terms of regulations, we too have our own unique traits. If we can combine the two, we can use the strengths of others to make up for our own weaknesses. Then battle prowess naturally would become even stronger. As he spoke, he shot to stand right in front of Huang with a single step and shot out a fist. Huang raised his fists to parry, yet with a boom, his gloves flew off his hands, and his whole arm had also instantly turned into a shower of blood. It was like Ling Han was teaching by example, but this was not battle prowess that had been produced after melding the power of regulation of the two realms at all, but rather a body art that he had cultivated through extracting the power of heaven and earth. But for the sake of proving how powerful this was, Ling Han did not care at all. In any case, it was fine as long as everyone understood that his words were true. Realization dawned on everyone. Those powerful celestial kings and prodigies immediately looked tempted. They were all eager and keen, wanting to enter into the foreign realm so that they could further raise their own battle prowess. It was too unfortunate for Huang. There was absolutely no one that cared about his life or death. He gritted his teeth strongly. With how overbearing the Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu who was backing Ling Han up was, who would dare to interfere in the idle matters of others? Hadn't they seen that even the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable and Jianghu Heavenly Venerate had both yielded? If anyone wanted to deal with Ling Han, they could only send top-tier prodigies whose cultivation could only be superior to Ling Han's by 2 minor levels at most to make the move. But from the look of things now, to say nothing of an advantage of 2 minor levels, even one with an advantage of 10 might not be a match for Ling Han either. Ling Han grinned. I have already attained small accomplishment level of the ascending origin tier in the foreign realm, but because of the different regulations of the celestial realm, I look like how I did when I left the celestial realm. He stated his true cultivation level clearly, which was also deliberately laying a trap for others so that he could draw out those who harbored malice towards him. Though he could no longer depend on the Black Tower now, Ling Han was brimming with confidence, and dared to face all challenges and difficulties. Meanwhile, Huang was extremely depressed. As it turned out, Ling Han's cultivation level was the same as his. Then, with how the former had also fused the regulations of 2 realms, it was no wonder that his battle prowess was stronger than his. Chapter 2375. Kill Again. I Forfeit. Huang forced out through gritted teeth. A man could take what came. This time he was indeed no match for Ling Han. However, after this, he would ask for the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable's help to send him into the foreign realm. In any case, they had an agreement with the foreign realm, so he would not have to worry about being slaughtered and eaten there. When he, too, fused the regulations of the 2 realms, he would return and defeat Ling Han. Ling Han said nothing further and merely shot another punch. What are you doing? Huang roared in fury. He had already forfeited the battle. Killing you? Ling Han declared menacingly. Previously, Huang had been extremely overbearing. Just because he was the disciple of a Heavenly Venerate, he had acted without any scruples at all in the Saintly Origin Academy, and had repeatedly attacked him even. Did he think he had forgotten it all? You dare. Huang could only parry with a single arm. At most, he could only unleash 80% of his normal battle prowess, so he was naturally even less of a match for Ling Han. Why wouldn't I dare? Ling Han humphed. He dared to attack even the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable, what more a mere ascending origin tier. When he had become a Heavenly Venerate himself, he would obliterate the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable sooner or later. Some celestial kings spoke up to mediate the strife. After all, Huang was a monarch star, and would definitely become a 9th heaven celestial king in the future. He would be a pillar of support for the resistance against the invasion of the foreign realm. Ling Han smirked coldly. I forgot to tell you guys. Sealed Emotion, Jianghu, and Green Flames have already collaborated with the foreign realm, and plan to extract the source power of the celestial realm when the celestial realm is destroyed so that they can realize their own transcendence. Hence, there is no need to expect anything from anyone of their line. In any case, they will not be sharing the fate of the celestial realm. What? When the celestial kings heard this, they all frowned. Some of them did not believe it, but when they thought carefully about the actions of the 3 Heavenly Venerates throughout the years, it was indeed as Ling Han said. They had not done anything for the sake of resisting the foreign realm. The matter over a dozen epochs ago was one thing. There was no one here that had lived that long, but 8 epochs ago, the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable had faced off against the foreign realm Heavenly Venerates on his own, and in the end sacrificed his life to barricade the passageway of the 2 realms. There were still many veteran celestial kings that had experienced that battle. Furthermore, the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable had also manifested previously, and this was proof that could not be more obvious. The 3 great Heavenly Venerates were completely passive. As it turned out, they had long since made their decision to destroy the celestial realm. The only reason that they had not interfered was because they were too strong, and would be targeted by the heaven and earth. Hence, they required the help of the foreign realm to accomplish this in their stead. No wonder. Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu had returned from the foreign realm, yet was faced with the assault of the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable and Zhou Heavenly Venerate. Furthermore, they were even determined to kill Ling Han because it was extremely possible that the latter would become a Heavenly Venerate in the future. Whether it was the Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu or Ling Han becoming a Heavenly Venerate, as long as they were there, they would definitely be able to stop the invasion of the foreign realm, or at least delay it, just like how the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable had done, causing a delay for as long as 8 epochs. This was detrimental to the benefits of Zhou Heavenly Venerate and the others, so they naturally wanted to make a move on Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu and Ling Han. Ling Han shot up high, and brandished a fist which he shot straight at Huang's head. Huang parried. His remaining arm was also completely destroyed. He released a furious roar but turned around and fled. His opponent was too strong and there was no way he could be a match. Ling Han burst forth with frightening physical power, and caught up to him in a single step. In terms of short bursts of power, body art naturally far surpassed regulations. He shot another punch which landed on Huang's back. Huang's whole person was beaten until he burst. The power he had put into his defense could not even withstand a single blow. Ling Han bathed in Huang's shower of blood, standing proudly in midair. Though the person he had killed was only an ascending origin tier, Huang was a monarch star, and would have definitely become a 9th heaven celestial king in the future, so how much did he weigh? Even celestial kings were speechless, feeling that Ling Han was really on opposing sides with the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable now. He was outrageously brave and truly completely brazen. Ling Han broke into a grin. "Everyone, allow me to clean myself up before we go for a drink." Mainly he had to first deal with the human slaves that he had brought back from the foreign realm. They cultivated the regulations of the foreign realm, so their strength would definitely drop greatly after returning to the celestial realm. Thankfully there were not many elites among them at all. Most of them were at the severing mundane tier and below, and had not touched on regulations yet, so the effect on them actually was not very strong. At most they would only be disliked by the heaven and earth. Ling Han would not interfere with the matter of settling them. In any case, the celestial kings would make their own decisions. Furthermore, they could also peek into the cultivation techniques of the foreign realm through them. This was considerably meaningful. After dealing with this matter, Ling Han went out to meet the others. There were many people, and those closer to him included the Rain Emperor, Yan Xinlu Yi and the others, as well as his previous 9 doppelgangers such as Ling Hua and the others. Those with more distant relations included monarch stars like Shi Chanzi and Jialan, monarch tiers, and some whom he had only met once or did not even know as well. Even in Ran had come. After Shang Jiwei had fused herself with Heavenly Tao, the grudges between the Rock Palace and Four Seas Palace could be considered wiped from the slate. Thus, Ran planned to form a truce with Ling Han. Ling Han sighed. Though Shang Jiwei had caused the death of Yun, he had never met Yun before either, so there wasn't any kind of affection between them. However, the care and concern that Shang Jiwei had shown him was genuine and touched him. Afterwards, when he had seen how deeply devoted she was, he truly admired her. After getting Hunyo's agreement, Ling Han and Ran wiped their old grudges from the slate. With the common, much stronger, enemy of the foreign realm facing them, what could not be let go of? Everyone asked about his experiences in the foreign realm, and Ling Han told them all that he could speak of, but did not mention anything about void particle energy. Even if he did, it would be useless. Even 9th heaven celestial kings could not grasp this kind of power. It was only an unrealistic utopian creation, and could not be realized at all. When everyone heard about how he had shown his powerful might in the foreign realm, and defeated various prodigies, ultimately becoming the top monarch star, they were all extremely inspired. Who said that the celestial realm was weaker than the foreign realm? See, Ling Han had proven that someone who had walked out of the celestial realm was completely capable of becoming stronger than those of the foreign realm. Everyone drank and chatted, and Ling Han even took out some ancestral king blood, which he distributed among those close to him. The others were extremely envious of this, and wanted nothing more than to become Ling Han's lackeys. It continued for 7 days, and only then did they disperse and leave one after another. Ling Han then discussed the matters of their alliance with Yan Xinlu and Yi, giving them some resources, especially ancestral king blood. Then he talked with the Rain Emperor for a while. Adian bestowed a considerable amount of ancestral king blood essence on his second brother. He would naturally not be stingy towards his brothers. He had also lent the origin magic cube so that the Rain Emperor could study it, hoping that his second brother could walk even further. What was causing Ling Han a headache was little terror. This was a war machine born by the heaven and earth of the foreign realm, but the little guy's strength had directly fallen down to Genesis tier after coming into the celestial realm because of the different heaven and earth and different regulations. "I'll think of something," Wally said. "As long as the model for regulations is modified, anyone could actually survive in any dimension." Who's this guy?" The large black dog ran over. He had shamelessly demanded a few bottles of ancestral king blood essence from Ling Han, not caring about the fact that it was actually already useless for him. "A guest from the dark inverse realm," Ling Han replied with a smile. Though the large black dog kept screwing others over, he was definitely trustworthy. The large black dog was curious and continuously sniffed around Wally. I can't smell anything human. Wally was unwilling to show weakness, and unleashed a green light scan on the large black dog. When the green light scan reached the spot between the large black dog's legs, the large black dog flew into a rage. He shot out a paw and sent Wally flying. His power was incredibly strong, and Wally was instantly shattered into pieces. How is he so fragile? The large black dog scratched his head, his eyes shifting around, looking guilty. Chapter 2376. The Large Black Dog vs. Wally. Ling Han was also surprised. He knew that the large black dog had long since gained the strength of a celestial king, but in his eyes, Wally had always been mysterious and unfathomable. To think that he would actually die with a single strike, this was completely unexpected to him. It was like there had been a person that kept bragging that he had been the top elite in this world, and everyone had believed him, yet in the end he had been pounded into mush by another. This gap was really too far. My condolences. The large black dog patted Ling Han's shoulder, looking as if this matter was completely unrelated to him. You damn dog. Ling Han wanted to kick this guy, but the large black dog was the master of trickery, so how could he possibly allow Ling Han to successfully sneak an attack on him? He instantly dodged with a twist of his behind. Ling Han was just about to speak when he shockingly discovered that the bits and pieces that Wally had fallen apart into were actually wriggling and surging towards the same spot. This was a little like millions and millions of ants returning to their nest. Very soon these broken pieces gathered together and began to fuse. A spherical shape first appeared, and then it sprouted arms, thighs and neck at the same time. When the head also appeared, the hands and feet also formed, becoming a human figure. Wally had come back to life. Both Ling Han and the large black dog were extremely stunned. You have already been blasted into bits and you can actually still come back to life? Moreover, there isn't even a scratch on you? Interesting. The large black dog raised his paws, looking like he wanted to play again. Wally's eyes glowed. He shot towards the large black dog. You don't look all that powerful, but your destructive power is extremely astonishing, the large black dog exclaimed. He waved a paw to block him, and actually a few hairs were burnt off of him, exuding a faint charred smell. Ling Han knew that this should be Wally using void particle energy. Hence, even if his cultivation level was not all that high, his power was still extraordinary. Let Grandpa Dog see what you've got. The large black dog charged out. He did not use the great might of a celestial king, but rather suppressed his cultivation level to spar with Wally. Wally was aloof. He actually did not even ask why the large black dog wanted to attack him, and merely focused on evasion. Occasionally his eyes would glow red, condensing terrifyingly destructive lasers of light. The man and dog fought on and on. If the large black dog did not use Celestial King Tyr's power, he could do no harm to Wally at all. Instead, it would create a great problem for him. However, once the large black dog used Celestial King Tyr's power, Wally would not be able to bear it, and would be very quickly smashed. But Wally would not bleed, so no matter how many pieces he was shattered into, there was no need to fear. They would very quickly piece themselves back together and he would come back to life. Ling Han nodded internally. Wally had been created after the Dark Inverse Realm had expended the resources accumulated over several hundred epochs. If he could be easily killed by a celestial king, that would be too undeserving of the price paid to create him. All right. Let's all just sit down and have some tea, Ling Han said, smiling. After the large black dog destroyed Wally a good few times, he finally stopped, and was even more curious about Wally now. If he, too, could possess this kind of recovery ability, he wouldn't have to fear even Heavenly Venerates in the future, would he? You have expended 30% of my energy, Wally said earnestly, and looked at the large black dog for a while. Bad doggy. Pooh. Ling Han instantly spluttered. He could not imagine that Wally would suddenly pop out with this phrase after a long while of silence. Brother, how did you learn this move? Why don't you teach it to Grandpa Dog? The large black dog clapped a paw on Wally's shoulder, looking like they were close brothers. This was extremely shameless. Wally frowned. I am a supreme war soldier built using superstring material. I am more inclined towards support, calculation, and analysis. You are a pure living organism of the canine species. How could you possibly be my brother? The large black dog's expression instantly turned dark. No matter how he thought about it, the other's words were all insults, but Wally had spoken them so seriously that it was difficult for him to show his anger. But he soon showed an expression of shock and turned to say to Ling Han, "What is this guy babbling about? Why doesn't Grandpa Dog understand?" Ling Han laughed and replied, "You were birthed by your parents, and as for him, he was created. Hence, if you want to learn this ability of his, you have to first commit suicide. Who knows, maybe they can modify you into a war soldier." The large black dog quickly shook his head. Grandpa Dog is living so free and carefree, and has absolutely no wish to die. Ling Han grinned. "Damn dog, do you want to become a heavenly venerate?" The large black dog's eyes lit up. "What? You have some way, brat? Is there some kind of supreme celestial fruit? Quick, give it to Grandpa Dog. Will I become a supreme being upon consuming it?" Ling Han glared at him in irritation. "Why don't you just ascend to the heavens while you're at it? Brat, are you insulting Grandpa Dog?" The large black dog also responded with a glare. Ling Han scoffed and said, "Do you want to learn or not? If not, then forget it. It's not that I have no one to teach." "Brat, you really can help me?" The large black dog was doubtful. It was much too hard to become a heavenly venerate. It was rare for even one to appear over several epochs. For example, after Heavenly Venerate Wu Li's emergence, over a dozen epochs have passed, and only the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable had become a Heavenly Venerate. A mere ascending origin tier actually said that he had a way of becoming a Heavenly Venerate. How could a person a dog believe that? Ling Han put on airs and grinned. "If you don't believe me, then forget it." "I believe you." The large black dog nodded hurriedly. "Come, explain it to Grandpa Dog." Ling Han patted Wally's shoulder and said, "Then it would be on his shoulders." "And?" The large black dog was very surprised, but thinking about how Wally clearly did not have a very high cultivation level, yet was still capable of harming his fur, and could recover even after being blasted to bits by a celestial king, how could it be if there was nothing amazing about that? He really was a character. Instantly, he said shamelessly to Wally, "Brother, let us talk closely." Wally released a green scan on the large black dog again, scanning him again. "Why do you keep scanning me?" The large black dog bared his teeth. If he did not believe that the other held the secret to becoming a heavenly venerate, he would definitely pounce and give him a few bites. "To examine if you have rabies," Wally said seriously. "Ha ha ha ha." Ling Han laughed raucously. This Wally was no living creature, so how could he possibly get sick? Clearly this was Wally trying to get revenge. Woof. The large black dog could not withhold himself any longer, and pounced, wanting to bite Wally, but Ling Han just managed to stop him. Thankfully, the large black dog too had his own judgment, and wanted to get the method to become a heavenly venerate out of Wally. Thus, Ling Han managed to stop him very easily. Otherwise, if a ninth heaven celestial king truly raged, how could it be that Ling Han could manage to pull him back? Wally still explained the essence of the Genesis world again, and also took out his formulae and models, completely confusing the large black dog. The latter was completely lost and had absolutely no idea. This was natural. This was completely different from the Tao he cultivated. It was equivalent to having established a different cultivation system, but this was a study of the essence of heaven and earth, so it would not be considered heresy by the heaven and earth. But the large black dog was very cunning. He could see the benefits of this kind of model and formula through Ling Han. Thus, propping up his head, he had already begun to ponder long and hard over it. "I want to become a heavenly venerate. From today onwards I will begin my seclusion. If anyone dares to disturb me I will pummel him to death," the large black dog declared. He dug a hole and buried himself in it. He really was going into seclusion. Ling Han snickered. Even if the large black dog was already a ninth heaven celestial king, it was a small matter to comprehend that model, but more importantly, he had never touched void particle energy and such before, so wanting to successfully convert the model into a cultivation technique was as difficult as ascending the heavens. This damn dog would eventually come to beg him. Chapter 2377, Ancestral Grounds of the Nine Snake Tribe. The large black dog had gone into seclusion, and the Rain Emperor had also begun his seclusion. They had glimpsed a brand new path of cultivation. Ling Han gave some guidance to Yen Shenlu and the others. These people were only monarch stars with evolution index reaching only up to 9, while Ling Han was a supreme monarch star, whose evolution index was as high as 11. He had already completely surpassed them, and it could be claimed that they were on two completely different levels. Then he began to mull over his next move. In terms of cultivation resources, he had an abundance. Just ancestral king blood essence alone was something he had a great amount of. To say nothing of helping him attain the consummate level of the ascending origin tier, reaching great accomplishment level should be no problem, at least. Then he asked the women where they would like to travel. After all, they had been away from the celestial realm for so many years. Let's visit father and mother-in-law. In the end, the women reached an agreement. Ling Han nodded. He too wished to see his parents and his son as well. However, Ling Jinxue had forgotten his parents now that he had his own wife, and who knew where he was enjoying life now. When children had grown up, it was up to themselves to walk their own paths. Ling Han decided to first see his parents, and then visit the Heavenly Saint Palace. That was also a place that had nurtured him. He also had to make a trip back to the Eastern Celestial Realm. His uncle, cousin and other relatives were still there, as well as Little Stone, Azura Demon Emperor, and the other people or non-humans that had been the earliest to follow him. They set out, and they arrived where Ling Dongxing and his wife lived in seclusion after a 6-month-long journey. Seeing their son and daughters-in-law return, the old couple was very happy, but when they saw that there were no new grandsons or granddaughters, they couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. Why was it that there was still no good news even with so many wives? Yu Hongchang even deliberately pulled the women aside for some quiet words, discreetly asking if it was her son that had some kind of problem in that aspect, or was he being too aloof, and the women all flushed bright red at this. Ling Yueyan and Qing Zilong were also here. When she saw Ling Yueyan naturally called out brother sweetly, while Qing Zilong appeared very terrified. After all, Ling Han had previously left behind a powerful psychological trauma for him. Ling Han stayed for a good many days and gave his parents and sister a great many cultivation resources. He was also continuously cultivating every day, his cultivation level presently rising rapidly. From the second secret onwards, he had been cultivating the regulations of the foreign realm, and now he had to cultivate again right from the beginning, replenishing the regulations of the celestial realm, which helped him to again achieve a new understanding of regulations. Especially when he was still standing at the height of the overlord of a realm, this understanding was naturally even more profound. With time acceleration effects, he already raised his cultivation level to the height of 11th secret in just a short 3 years. Now that he had reached this level, he had actually already returned to the ascending origin tier because a portion of his origin power had already been converted to source power, but he was in no rush to break through. He planned to settle himself and strengthen his foundations further. He planted the reincarnation tree. Since the Black Tower could no longer be used for a very long time, the reincarnation tree naturally had to be moved as well. By now, his need for the reincarnation tree was not too great. He had already cultivated a time-celestial physique, and he himself could turn into the flow of time, which was more useful than anything else. According to his parents, Ling Jianxue had returned several hundred years ago, but had left quickly afterwards. When Ling Han knew his son was fine, he was assured. Furthermore, as long as he was in the celestial realm, he would have an instinctive feeling about the safety of his family. Hence, when it was the 4th year, Ling Han was already restless and decided to leave. Let's go and take a look at the ancestral grounds of the 9-snake tribe first, the Empress suddenly said. Ling Han recalled how he had promised the Empress that they would go to the ancestral grounds of the 9-snake tribe when they had been in the ancient realm. However, due to various incidents previously, this promise had never been fulfilled. Originally, the Empress wanted to return to her ancestral grounds primarily for the sake of completing her divine fetus, but now she had cultivated the greatest eternity everlasting physique, which could be considered the strongest physique in this world. What else could be stronger than time itself? Hence, completing the physique of the 9-snake tribe had become secondary, though having another physique would still be slightly beneficial. Returning was mainly a preoccupation for her, originating from the hope that had been passed through the generations to the Empress. All right. We will go to the ancestral grounds of the 9-snake tribe first, then return to the Eastern Celestial Realm, Ling Han decided. The group set out, heading towards the ancestral grounds of the 9-snake tribe. Of course, there was a problem with this. They did not know where the ancestral grounds of the 9-snake tribe was. Thankfully, the bloodline that the Empress had inherited contained some memories about her ancestral grounds. When she extracted them and compared them to a map, they finally found the location of the ancestral grounds of the Nine-Snake tribe after a long period of study. It was in the Scorching Flames Heaven, which was still considerably far from where they were. With the existence of transference portals, the journey was naturally no problem. They used transference portals one after another, saving countless amounts of time on the journey. About half a year later they entered the Scorching Flames Heaven. The ancestral grounds of the Nine-Snake tribe was in the western parts of the Scorching Flames Heaven. There was a great sea there, and there was an island in this sea which was named Nine-Snake Island. They arrived at the coast, and Ling Han took out a large ship from his spatial god tool. Because of the Black Tower, he had also developed the habit of placing various items in his spatial god tool. The group braved the winds and the waves, and several days later, a massive island appeared ahead of them. It could be seen that this island originally should have had a massive mountain, but now it had been severed in the middle, and was only about 3 kilometers tall, looking very abrupt. The Empress's beautiful eyes widened slightly. She had finally returned to her ancestral grounds, which made her feel slightly excited. Let's go. They disembarked and landed on the island. The ancestral grounds of the Nine-Snake tribe had already become ruins many years ago. That was because the ancestor of the 9 great ancestral flames had chosen to stand on the same side as the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable all those years ago, and had suffered an attack from the forces that belonged to the Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable, Jiu Heavenly Venerate, and Green Flames Heavenly Venerate as a result, leading to many deaths of this tribe as the rest fled. The Empress was feeling rueful. She had finally realized the long-cherished wish of her parents, grandparents, and countless of her elders, and arrived at the ancestral grounds of their tribe. She walked very slowly, touching gently every blade of grass, every tree, every stone, and every pillar of this place. Who goes there? To actually dare barge into the ancestral grounds of our Yuan clan? An admonishment rang out, and a man suddenly shot down ahead of them. He looked to be in his 20s, dressed all in black and majestic in appearance. Ha! Everyone exchanged looks, all appearing slightly surprised. Wasn't the Nine-Snake tribe almost fully exterminated? Even if there were some fortunate people who had managed to escape that entered into the ancient realm, how could they appear here? It should be known that it was practically impossible to return to the celestial realm after entering into the ancient realm. In the past, just how many forbidden lands were there in the ancient realm that had been forces that had fled from the celestial realm? But after so many years, which one of them had managed to return to the celestial realm? Not even a single one. Your surname is Luan? Ling Han asked smilingly. If the other was really a descendant of the Nine-Snake tribe, this was inevitably a piece of good news for the Empress. She had finally found family and was no longer alone. I am Luan Tianjun, this young man declared proudly, and then looked askance at Ling Han and his group, putting on a lofty stance. However, when his eyes passed over such exquisite beauties like the Empress, Hunyou, and bewitching Maiden Ro, he couldn't help but look stunned. Just how many of you are there? Ling Han asked further. What are you asking this for? Luan Tianjuan's expression became alert, while also appearing slightly impatient. Just who was he? The Luan clan had the bloodline of a celestial king, noble and lofty in status. They could be considered the descendants of emperors. We're planning to visit family, Ling Han replied, smiling. Chapter 2378, Visiting Family. Luan Tianjun immediately scoffed. How shameless. To actually want to develop relations with the descendants of a celestial king? Just how shameless was this? Just who do you think you are? He retorted disdainfully. Pa. The Empress moved and delivered a slap right on Luan Tianjuan's face, which suddenly sent him flying. So what if they were family? If they actually dared disrespect Ling Han, she would pummel even her own siblings. Luan Tianjun got back to his feet, holding his cheek with his right hand, and showing an expression of both fury and shame. Just who was he? He was the descendant of a celestial king, and someone actually dared to strike him? More importantly, the one who struck him was actually a woman at that, which was unacceptable to him, who was an extreme male chauvinist, and he was humiliated and infuriated to the extreme. You, how dare you? He shouted lowly as he sent out a signal for reinforcements. Ling Han smiled slightly and advised, Young man, you should be less proud and humbler in the future. In this world, there are a great many people that are stronger than you, and you should always be respectful, or you will be dead before you even knew it. This was really a genuine piece of advice from him. The Nine-Snake tribe had only had a celestial king before, and they were a target that was beaten down on at that. How many forces would feel wary about attacking them? If this brat still acted so arrogant when he ventured out, he would definitely lose his life the moment he encountered anyone with great strength or a powerful background. How could Luan Tianjun be willing to listen? He only knew that he had suffered an extraordinary humiliation. His eyes glared furiously at Ling Han, as if the one who had slapped him was not the Empress, but rather Ling Han. He did not immediately refute him because he knew that he could not afford to mess around with this group of people. Was fine. HI's reinforcements would soon be arriving. As expected, only a while later, a loud whistle rang out, and a figure in black arrived in a flash. He was a young man in a tight-fitting black suit. He was extremely handsome, and it was clear that the Nine-Snake tribe possessed very attractive looks. He was filled with heroic spirit, and it seemed like there was a great furnace inside his body, exuding a frightening aura. It was obvious he was still very young, but astonishingly he was already in the Immortal Palace tier. His talent was indeed extraordinary. This was also the reason for his soaring pride. He stood, arms crossed behind his back. It was only when he set eyes on the Empress, Huang, and bewitching Maiden Ro that his eyes shone involuntarily, but he managed to hide it very well. He was still looking very arrogant. "Greetings, clansman Sang." Luan Tianjun hurriedly paid his respects, seeming extremely respectful, and making it seem like this was not a fellow clansman, but like he was a servant that was meeting his master. Luan Sang nodded proudly and then asked, "What is going on here?" "They barged into our forbidden land and even attacked me." Luan Tianjun quickly made his complaint. This Luan Sang was one of the strongest of the younger generation. Even outside he would still be considered one of the elites, and it was definitely no issue for him to suppress Ling Han and his group. Luan Sang humphed and only then surveyed Ling Han and his group, stating calmly, "I shall give you a chance to explain. Why have you barged into the forbidden land of our tribe?" If it was not because of the Empress and the others, he would definitely not be so amicable and would directly suppress them. Ling Han said to the Empress, "Your family do not seem very friendly." Then turning his head he said, "Is this a forbidden land? Why did we not see any plaque that said, 'This is a forbidden land, no trespassers allowed,' when we landed on the island?" "Humph, this is the ancestral grounds of our Nine-Snake tribe, how could others be allowed to commit sacrilege here?" Luan Sang declared menacingly. His eyes burned with killing intent. Ling Han was the only man in his group, so he was displeased at this no matter how he looked at it. Hence he would find a reason to get rid of him. "Hee, it is yours just because you say it is?" Ling Han retorted with a laugh. "You dare to insult our line, you are seeking death." Luan Sang moved aggressively, delivering a palm strike to Ling Han. Boom, a brilliant light filled the skies. He had cultivated his third mystery realm, and now these three mystery realms were glowing simultaneously, exploding with terrifying power. As his strike shot out, it turned into a primordial great beast. "Go!" Bewitching Maiden Ro moved. She waved her slender hand, which looked like it was made from jade, but that primordial great beast was instantly shattered upon contact. It could not even withstand a single blow. Luan Sang couldn't help but feel greatly shocked. He had always had a very high opinion of himself, and thought, what other more outstanding prodigy could there be aside from himself in this world? But the flame of life burning in bewitching Maiden Ro looked like it had only been burning for several million years. How could she be stronger than him? When they were of the same cultivation level, he should be the strongest. Actually, bewitching Maiden Ro had still reserved some power. Though she had not recovered the cultivation level that she should have had at the ascending origin tier, she had already returned to 5th secret Immortal Palace tier, and added with how she had refined some source power, she actually already possessed a portion of the might of the ascending origin tier. Luan Sang was not an 11th secret monarch star either, but rather just a 3rd secret emperor tier. He was completely someone that the bewitching Maiden Ro could insta-kill. His heart was apprehensive and he couldn't help but ask, "Just who exactly are you people?" "All right, no more jokes," Ling Han said, smiling. "This wife of mine also has the surname of Luan, and belongs to your line of the Nine-Snake tribe. We initially planned to return to the ancestral grounds to pay our respects, but we did not expect that we would still be able to actually encounter her clansmen." Luan Sang looked towards the Empress and paused. "Since you belong to the bloodline of our Nine-Snake tribe, you should possess the mystical power of our bloodline, correct?" Actually, The Empress could not even be bothered to recognize these clansmen of hers. With how proud she was, she thought she was ruler of the entire world. Aside from Ling Han, everyone else should bow down to worship her. However, Ling Han thought that she should still recognize them, so she reluctantly agreed. With a thought, her 9 doppelgangers appeared. Huang was moved. The line of the 9 snake tribe could form their own doppelgangers. This was a unique ability that belonged solely to them, but because of the purity of bloodline, some clansmen could manifest 5 or 6 doppelgangers, while others could only manifest 1 or 2. Someone who could manifest 9 like the Empress was indeed very, very rare. There were merely 2 that possessed this ability in the entire 9 snake tribe now. So we are a family. Huang nodded, a smile appearing on his face. Come. Everyone please follow me. The ancestor will definitely be extremely pleased. He made an inviting gesture and then led the way in front of them. Ling Han smiled and followed his lead with the Empress and the other women in tow. Meanwhile, Luan Tianjun was extremely depressed. The Empress had slapped him, which was a great humiliation in his eyes, but it looked like he would not be able to get his revenge for this. The Empress had 9 doppelgangers, and this was a proof of the purest bloodline of the 9 snake tribe. The ancestor would definitely value this incredibly and treasure her highly, so how could he possibly get his chance for revenge? With Huang leading the way, Ling Han and the others ascended the mountain. Actually, it only had the height of about 3 kilometers. Very soon they arrived at the summit. This broken peak was unusually flat, and it could practically claim to be as smooth as a mirror. Perhaps an elite had cut it with a divine sword all those years ago, and that was why the broken peak appeared so smooth and even. Ling Han sent out a strike with a finger, testing the toughness of this rock. Seals actually flashed on the mountain, though they were broken seals. Very quickly they dimmed again, but they still completely eliminated the force of Ling Han's strike. Huang couldn't help but explain proudly, "This is the ancestral grounds of our 9 snake tribe, and has been refined through a supreme secret technique by an ancestor many years ago. It is comparable to a celestial tool." Ling Han only responded with a smile, though he was shaking his head internally. It looked like the members of the Huang clan were still living in the remaining shadow of their ancestor. They kept talking about the 9 snake tribe and how great their celestial king had been all those years ago, yet did not even think about how they had already lost the protection of a celestial king long ago. Where did they still get this feeling of superiority from? This mountain was indeed very tough, but it was only that. Otherwise it would not have been cut in half in the past. Seeing the lack of concern in Ling Han's expression, Huang couldn't help but humph internally as his animosity increased even further. Chapter 2379, Returning to the Family Line. The broken mountain had been reasonably made use of, with multiple palace halls built on it, making it seem very luxurious and magnificent. Ling Han shook his head internally. This broken mountain should be the source of humiliation for the 9 snake tribe, and should be eternally carved into their memories, yet now there was a false facade of peace. Just what were these descendants thinking? It was like Luan Tianjun, and the others did not remember at all how their celestial king ancestor had been killed, so they did not feel the slightest sense of shame, and only felt great pride due to being the descendant of a celestial king. There were really a considerable number of people here. When they saw how many there were in Ling Han's group, they all ran out to watch them as they proceeded. The attractiveness of this tribe was really very high. The men were all handsome and the women were beautiful, which was a pleasing sight to the eye. When someone asked about who Ling Han and his group were, Huang offered a simple explanation. When they knew that such a supremely exquisite woman like the Empress was actually a member of their clan, the people around all looked proud, as if their only concern was external appearance, and all other matters like strength and cultivation level could be set aside for the moment. "Please wait a while," Huang said as he turned to them after he led them to stand in front of a palace hall. Next he walked into the palace hall. A while later he walked out wearing a reserved smile. "Ancestor has summoned you." This declining tribe really had great airs. For the sake of the Empress, Ling Han did not show any temper, and merely responded with a slight smile. The Empress on the other hand showed a hint of displeasure, her expression slightly icy. They entered the palace hall. The inside was furnished very magnificently, with the furs of various immortal beasts covering the floor, while precious gems were embedded in the stone pillars, illuminating the entire great hall. They walked all the way to the other end of the great hall. There were various young people seated on either side, and they were all in deep focus, while chanting was presently reciting teachings, calming the heart and spirit and resonating with heavenly Tao. Ancestor is teaching, Luan Sang said with slight reservedness, but the pride in his expression could not be concealed. Ancestor is at the consummate level of the ascending origin tier. Furthermore, he is just a single step away from the celestial king tier. When the celestial path opens, Ancestor will definitely manage to become a celestial king. A celestial king with a lofty, noble status, which no one else could compare to. Ling Han really could not bear to see the sense of superiority these people had. He hadn't become a celestial king yet, right? So why were they so smug? Come. Luan Sang led the way ahead, bringing them into the depths of the great hall. A man was seated in a lofty position there. He was an elder with a tall, lanky frame, dressed in white robes and exuding a sagely air. Seal after seal was spat from his mouth, turning into lotus flowers which fluttered around the surroundings, and sank into the foreheads of the young people in the great hall respectively. He was teaching by example. Greetings, Ancestor. When Luan Sang had come close enough, he bowed down respectfully, a heated look in his eyes. This was the strongest elite of the Nine Snake tribe as well as their pillar, an existence that would definitely become a celestial king in the future. The white-robed elder's eyes opened, and his eyes passed over Ling Han and his group. When he spotted the Empress, his eyes shone brilliantly and then he nodded. Very good, very good. Another descendant with a pure bloodline has emerged from our bloodline. This is a sign that we are blessed by the heavens. Even as he spoke, the lotus flowers of great Tao that were coming from his mouth did not end. Multitasking was naturally no big deal for an ascending origin tier elite. Luan Sang turned his head and couldn't help but frown. He shouted, "You actually do not kneel when meeting Ancestor?" However, the white-robed elder laughed and waved a hand dismissively. She has not returned to the line and acknowledged her ancestors yet. There's no need to rush things. As for the others, they were all outsiders. Even if they wanted to bow to him, they were not worthy. "Child, what is your name?" he asked again, very concerned about the Empress. The Empress scoffed. "Just who do you think you are? I have to answer any question you ask?" Wan Xing. Yet Ling Han smiled and answered on her behalf. He wanted to see just how arrogant this tribe had become, and exactly why would they have such an astonishing superiority complex. "What is your cultivation level?" the white-robed elder asked, slightly hesitant. With his insight as a consummate level ascending origin tier, he should be able to tell the Empress's cultivation level with a single look. Otherwise, it would mean that the latter's cultivation level was at the same level as his. He naturally could not believe this. The Empress's flame of life had only been burning for several million years, not even comparing to the scraps of his age. "Immortal Palace tier," Ling Han answered simply. The white-robed elder's eyes involuntarily lit up. Possessing the purest bloodline of the Nine Snake tribe, and attaining Immortal Palace tier when she was only several million years old? This kind of aptitude was truly amazing. He laughed loudly. Good, good, good. Good child. The elder began to talk, mainly about how he was going to gather the Nine Snake tribe again, raising himself to a very high position, which Ling Han mocked endlessly in his heart. From the look of things, the Empress's prideful character was really not unique, but rather a common ailment of this entire tribe. After talking for a long time, he finally commanded Luan Sang to bring the Empress and the others to rest as he would hold a ceremony for the Empress to acknowledge her ancestors after selecting an auspicious day. Though the Empress was disdainful, she did not say anything. In the first place, she was a descendant of the Nine Snake tribe, so what need was there for her to return to the line and acknowledge her ancestors? Could it be that she would not be a member of the Nine Snake tribe without this ceremony? Moreover, she did not have any sense of association with these clansmen. Why was it she was the one required to acknowledge her ancestors? In the eyes of someone as proud as she was, it should be these people that should be acknowledging her instead. Ling Han merely wrapped an arm around her waist, subtly indicating the Empress to keep calm and not to be impatient. After all, these people were her family. He wanted the Empress to have her own family, though relatives like them could only be considered the most distant of relatives. With Luan Sang's arrangements, they were led into a palace hall and settled down there. A clanswoman who had 9 doppelgangers had returned, and one that had even reached the height of Immortal Palace tier at that. For the Nine Snake tribe, this was a serious matter. After all, they were no longer the Celestial King tier force they had once been. Even the strongest among them was only at the ascending origin tier, and there was only a single one at that. Hence, this ceremony would be greatly and elaborately conducted. Meanwhile, the Empress brought Ling Han and the others around. She was looking for the lost inheritance of this tribe so that she could complete her bloodline. Previously, she had absorbed the divine fetus of Gu Daoyi, and had also obtained a portion of his memories, so she knew where he had obtained this inheritance from. Thus, she soon found an underground palace, but it was guarded, and others were forbidden from entering. At first, the Empress was going to flip out, but Ling Han persuaded her otherwise. After acknowledging her ancestors, the Empress naturally could enter this place, and there was no need to become hostile now. Of course, Ling Han was not afraid of the ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe. He only thought that these were the only family members left to the Empress. The Empress considered for a moment and let the matter go. She only went on a scenic tour with Ling Han and the others while cultivating the regulations of the celestial realm. Once it was time, she would be able to break through naturally and return to the ascending origin tier. Because the ceremony was going to be elaborately held, the Nine-Snake tribe had also invited a great many guests. The island had become more and more lively throughout the last few days. The Empress was exquisite beyond compare, which naturally attracted the eyes of countless. There were some young prodigies within the clan, as well as guests from outside the clan among them. However, this was the ancestral grounds of the Nine-Snake tribe after all, and the Empress was a rising star of the clan, so no one made any inappropriate actions. Another 10 days later, the ceremony for acknowledging ancestors was held officially. Everything was going smoothly, but just as the ceremony was drawing to a close, a young man suddenly leaped out, and demanded with great displeasure, "Lord Gue, didn't you say that the person you betrothed to me is the most beautiful in your clan?" He paused and pointed at the Empress. "Have you all gone blind? I want this one." Chapter 2380, Kong Clan. When the young man jumped out, it was equivalent to having thrown a large rock into a peaceful pool of water, instantly causing a great commotion. Who is this brat? I can tell that he is only a severing mundane tier, so how can he act so arrogant? That's right. He actually dares to call himself a young master in front of the ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe. He really is secure knowing that he has backing. Where has he popped out from? Hush, could it be that you guys do not know of the Kong clan? Hiss, the Kong clan of Three Cloud City? Che, aside from the Kong clan of the Three Cloud City, what other clan with the surname of Kong would dare call themselves the Kong clan? Kong clan is one of the well-known clans of a 4-star force. It is rumored that their ascending origin tier elites number in the hundreds. They have all emerged in the last few billion years, and are all waiting for the celestial path to open. And once they walk the celestial path, the Kong clan would have 5 celestial kings at least. Even a considerable number of great sects cannot compare to this, right? To have 5 celestial kings emerge at the same time, this is practically the stuff of fantasies. Could it be that this brat is a descendant of the Kong clan? His name is Kong Huang and he is also part of the main line of the Kong clan. It is said that for the sake of obtaining this betrothal, the Nine-Snake tribe not only approached them of their own volition, but also paid a great price for it. If it was me and I could become in-laws with the Kong clan, I would spare no expense either. No wonder this brat dares to be so arrogant. Still, to flip out in public like this, he is absolutely spoiled rotten. It can't be helped. Who asked him to be a son of the Kong clan? Everyone chattered back and forth. It was like they were telling a story as they gave a clear explanation of the origins of this young man. Ling Han gave an "oh." As it turned out, this Kong Huang had a betrothal contact with the Nine-Snake tribe, but when he saw how the Empress was more beautiful, he was immediately dissatisfied with his betrothed. Kong Huang, where do you think this is? Do not spout nonsense. The ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe exclaimed in displeasure. No matter how much he wanted to become in-laws with the Kong clan, there was no way he would allow a junior to point a finger at his nose and shout at him. Yet Kong Huang was used to being spoiled and did not have any fear at all. Raising his head high, he demanded, "I want this woman to be my wife." He looked at the Empress, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The Empress flew into a thunderous rage, but had not flipped out yet when Ling Han held her back, leaning close to her ear and said, "Let's just see how your family will deal with this matter." If the Nine-Snake tribe could fully defend the Empress, he would also consider the Nine-Snake tribe his own family as well. With the ability of someone who was about to step into the level of a 5-star alchemist, it was really a small matter for him to help a clan prosper again. But if the Nine-Snake tribe would only push the Empress out to resolve the matter, the Nine-Snake tribe would only be strangers to him. In fact, it was possible that he would erase them on a whim. The Empress nodded, and because Ling Han was too close to her, his warm breath was felt on her neck, causing a faint flush to rise up on her jade-like complexion, and increasing her exquisiteness even more. Kong Shuang was naturally drooling even more, wanting nothing more than to immediately snatch the Empress over. The ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe released his aura, which suppressed Kong Shuang, and did not allow him to continue shouting so that the ceremony could be completed successfully. Kong Shuang left on the day itself. Ancestor, I will go and snipe him. In the Great Hall, someone asked for instructions from the ancestor. The ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe thought for a short while and then nodded. Make it clean. Don't leave behind any clues. When this boy returned, he would definitely tell tales, and rather than allowing things to progress to the extent when the matter could not be easily resolved, it would be better to kill him directly. None of these people were the type to be generous and kind. Understood. This man left quietly, but not long after, he returned and reported, Ancestor, I did not manage to catch up with Kong Shuang. He used a precious tool which was astonishingly fast. The ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe frowned. Has he discovered you? No, the person hurriedly replied. The ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe nodded, his frown relaxing. It was fine as long as he was not discovered, or the matter would really become a huge mess. Counter-soldiers with arms and water with an earth were then. Now that the Empress had returned to the Nine-Snake tribe, she had naturally gained approval to enter into the underground palace hall. The ultimate inheritance of the Nine-Snake tribe lay there, and after maturity, every clan member had to stay there for a period of time so that they could advance their physique. Merely a day later, the Empress had come out, causing everyone in the Nine-Snake tribe to feel very disappointed. Because normally the stronger the bloodline, the longer she could stay in the underground palace, and only then would the physique she cultivated be stronger. But the Empress only stayed there for a single day, which was less than even the weakest person of their clan. Could it be that her 9 doppelgangers and the cultivation level of Immortal Palace tier were all lies? These rumors immediately arose within the clan. It was truly hard to believe that she had actually come out after only a single day with the bloodline that could form 9 doppelgangers. It should be known that one of the 2 other clan members that had the bloodline of 9 doppelgangers stayed for 49 days, while the other stayed for 47 days. In comparison, the Empress was practically trash. The resolve of the ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe wavered at this. Should they give up this member of their clan? If the Empress had incomparable aptitude, then for the sake of the future of the Nine-Snake tribe, he would definitely protect the Empress to his full efforts. But if the Empress was just an idiot, then the only use for her was as a bargaining chip to be offered in an alliance through marriage. And under such circumstances, someone came from the Kong clan. They put on great airs. 3 ascending origin tier elites led the group, and this was enough to raise the Nine-Snake tribe to the ground. The ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe did not dare to be careless, and entertained the 3 of them in the Great Hall. Furthermore, the Empress had also been summoned. After all, she was an involved party. Ling Han accompanied her, while the other women stayed behind in their quarters. Only 4 people had come from the Kong clan, and the last member of the group was Kong clan, but the arrangement of having 3 great ascending origin tier elites in the group was very shocking. Brothers Kong, please? The ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe raised his wine cup, offering a toast to the 3 ascending origin tier elites of the Kong clan. These 3 ascending origin tiers from the Kong clan were Kong En, Kong Lu, and Kong Yi. They were all at the consummate level of the ascending origin tier, so they were putting on a lot of airs. They were sure that once the celestial path was open, they would be able to become celestial kings. The trio raised their cups reservedly, but they only touched the rim of the cup at their lips slightly, and that was it. Brother Luangue, I have to say that you have not been very conscientious in this matter. Kong En was the first to raise difficult questions. Why do you say this? The ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe asked smilingly. When you formed an alliance of marriage with our Kong clan, you said you would offer the most beautiful pearl of your clan, but according to Schwanger, that is not the case at all, Kong En stated evenly, and then his eyes turned harsh as he glared at the ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe. Are you playing around with our Kong clan? Immediately, A sense of displeasure rose up in the ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe. For better or worse, he was also an ascending origin tier, and was at the consummate level as well. He was just short of the celestial path to becoming a celestial king himself. Of course, the majority of ascending origin tiers would ultimately die of old age at this level, and would never be able to cross this threshold. However, the Kong clan had sent 3 consummate level ascending origin tiers, clearly meaning to intimidate him. A little impatience would spoil great plans. He thought and then spoke. Yuan Xing has only returned to our clan not too long ago, so it was not a deliberate deception on my part. Kong Shuang leaped out, pointed at the Empress and called out, "That's all right then, you can just marry her to me." Kong In and the others were all rubbing their beards and smiling, with absolutely no intentions of reprimanding him. Initially, this was absolutely not a situation in which a mere severing mundane tier would be allowed to interrupt, yet they did not reprimand him. This was spoiling him too much. Ling Han stood up first and did not allow the Empress to flip out first. It was naturally the man that had to step out in this kind of situation. He strode over to Kong Shuang, a faint smile on his face. "You are quite brave that you dare to even think of my wife. Very soon she will no longer be your wife," Kong Shuang declared disdainfully. "You will only be a dead man." Ling Han reached him and sent out a palm strike. Pa, and Kong Shuang was immediately turned into a mess of blood and flesh. Chapter 2381. Smacked to death. The slap was too quick. To say nothing of the fact that Kong Shuang could not dodge in time at all, even Kong In and the others did not manage to stop Ling Han in time, and could only watch helplessly as Kong Shuang was turned into a shower of blood. Blood sprayed and spurted on them, but their defensive power was automatically activated, and blocked the blood spray so none of it touched them. The 3 elites first felt disbelief, but it was quickly followed by thunderous fury as they also felt an indescribable embarrassment. With who they were and how strong they were, they actually allowed Ling Han to kill someone right in front of their eyes. How could they possibly tolerate that? "Whoever you are, your only destined path is death," Kong In declared coldly. "You will be hung on the city gates of 3 Cloud City, and suffer 1,000,000 years of torture." Kong Le continued. The ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe hesitated slightly, and then stood up as well. "Brothers Kong, this boy has nothing to do with our clan." He hurriedly drew a clear dividing line between Ling Han and their clan. Just because you say he has nothing to do with your clan, he truly is unrelated?" Kong Yi demanded menacingly. Usually, it would only be the Kong clan that would be bullying others. When would it ever be someone else that was bullying them instead? Not only would Ling Han have to die, the Yuan clan would also have to pay an enormous price, or everyone would think that the Kong clan was an easy target for bullies. The ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe had a grim expression. He had always had a high opinion of himself. As he was someone who possessed the bloodline of a celestial king, his strength would definitely be stronger than the usual ascending origin tiers. Hence, even in a battle of 1 against 3, he still had the confidence that he would not lose. But the Kong clan has practically been blessed by the heavens. The ascending origin tier elites in the clan actually numbered in the hundreds. If they were mobilized all at once, no matter how strong he would still only be able to bow down in submission. Hence he presently hated Ling Han to death. Killing a severing mundane tier naturally was just a small matter, but the crux of the matter was just how much trouble would be incited after killing him. Luan Sang discerned his thoughts from his body language and immediately jumped out, exclaiming, "Ling Han, you actually dare to commit a crime in the ancestral grounds of our Nine-Snake tribe. Your sin deserves 10,000 deaths." He took the initiative to move, launching an attack on Ling Han. The ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe nodded secretly. This clan member was really clever. The former had indeed not doted on him for nothing. Pah! The Empress moved and sent out a palm strike. Instantly, Luan Sang was turned into a shower of blood. She was presently an 11th secret monarch star, and had also developed some source power, so her battle prowess had attained the peak stage of small accomplishment level of the ascending origin tier, and was even slightly stronger than that. It was naturally just a small gesture for her to smack a 3rd secret emperor tier to death. Holy fuck. The ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe gaped, soundlessly mouthing these words. Because he had not been able to discern the Empress's cultivation level, added with how the Empress had only stayed in the underground palace for a day, he had gotten some ideas, and thought that it was extremely possible that the Empress had lied about her cultivation level. But once the Empress made her move, it was world-shaking. The aura of her cultivation level was indeed only Immortal Palace tier, but the strength of her battle prowess had spiked all the way to the Ascending Origin tier. This was too terrifying. How could an Immortal Palace tier possibly possess Ascending Origin tier's battle prowess? He had been too closed off, and had absolutely no idea that there were Emperor tiers and Monarch stars in this world, so he could not imagine how a mere Immortal Palace tier would actually be able to match Ascending Origin tier at all. If he had known early on how powerful the Empress was, he should have spared no expense to protect her. Fuck, with such outstanding talent, why had she stayed for only a day in the underground palace? He naturally could not possibly know that the Empress had cultivated a celestial physique of time. In the first place, this physique was supreme in the entire celestial realm. Additionally, she herself was also equivalent to the flow of time. In the eyes of others, it might only have been a single day, but in truth, she was the only one who could know just how many days had passed. Kong An's expression was icy. Why was this couple both so strange? They clearly were exuding an aura that was only at the Immortal Palace tier, yet had such astonishing battle prowess. You do indeed have some strength. No wonder you dared to commit an outrage. He sneered, his heart already calmed. He merely could not understand why they, being only in the Immortal Palace tier, could have Ascending Origin tier's battle prowess, but whether it was Ling Han or the Empress, the battle prowess they both exhibited was only small accomplishment level of the Ascending Origin tier. Compared to him, they were still very, very far off. What did he need to fear? Take them down. He moved aggressively, grabbing out at Ling Han, and Kong Le moved as well, launching an assault on the Empress. Ling Han smiled calmly, clenching his right hand into a fist. Without using any power of regulation, he just sent out a very ordinary, average punch. You are seeking death. Kong An smirked Cody. Without using the power of regulation, you dare to clash with me? You only have the battle prowess of small accomplishment level of the Ascending Origin tier. Even if you unleash all that completely, that is still far from being a match for me. What else could this be but seeking death? He did not want Ling Han to die so easily, so he reserved a portion of his power to avoid landing too strong a blow that would kill Ling Han immediately. On the other side, the Empress did not dare to face consummate level Ascending Origin tier battle prowess head-on. She turned into the flow of time. It seemed like she was in the present but also in the past, and in a blur seemed to be the future all at the same time. Aside from celestial kings that had grasped the essence of the regulations of time, who else could wound her? Liao Kong An exchanged a blow, and it was visibly Kong An's fist that exploded first, and then his arm exploded with flesh and blood, just like an umbrella that had been opened, revealing eerily white bone. Then the bone too shattered suddenly and his whole arm was gone. Seeing this scene, everyone was gaping in shock, their scalps completely numb. This was too terrifying. This was a consummate level Ascending Origin tier, and his arm had actually been obliterated with a single punch. Could it be that their previous knowledge was all mistaken? It was the Ascending Origin tier that was actually the third rung on the ladder of the celestial path, and the Immortal Palace tier was actually superior. Seeing how Kong An had been defeated with a single strike, Kong Le naturally was in no mood to attack the Empress further. In truth, he too could do nothing against her. The three members of the Kong clan all set their eyes on Ling Han, thinking that this young man was practically like a demon, and the ancestor of the Nine Snake tribe was also trembling. He had only thought that he had mistakenly judged the Empress. He had not imagined that his biggest mistake was underestimating Ling Han. He had seriously underestimated him. Though he was confident that his strength was superior to that of Kong An and the others, it was still absolutely impossible for him to pulverize one of Kong An's arms with a single punch. Even he was terrified by this kind of battle prowess. Ling Han smiled slightly. Now that I have helped you teach a lesson to an unruly junior, are you really all so ungrateful? You have killed a junior of our clan and actually want us to thank you for it. Kong An and the others were outraged, but faced with Ling Han's inconceivable strength, they could only swallow their anger and suffer the humiliation. Sir, thank you for moving to help dispose of the dregs of our clan, Kong Yi forced out through gritted teeth, feeling like his heart was bleeding. This was an extraordinary humiliation. Ling Han nodded and said, You guys would not be so shameless to ask that I move for free, right? You don't have to pay too much, just give me a red packet one. The three members from the Kong clan wanted nothing more than to have a life and death struggle with Ling Han. He had gone too far. Not only had he killed a member of the Kong clan, and wounded an elite of the Kong clan, he actually was asking them for a red packet now. What an intolerable bully. But that amazing strength of Ling Han was clear to see, intimidating them to the point that they could only keep to their best behavior. After a moment's discussion, they took out a spatial god tool which they tossed over to Ling Han. Kong and said, "Sir, can we take our leave now?" Ling Han asked lazily, Was there anyone that was stopping you?" The three of them glared hard at Ling Han. They would definitely return and get their vengeance. No matter how strong Ling Han was, he was only a single person, and the Kong clan had over 100 ascending origin tier elites. The majority of them were already at the consummate level of the ascending origin tier, and had the potential to advance to the celestial king tier. With so many of them against him, how could he possibly not be suppressed? The three members of the Kong clan left in dejection, leaving behind the members of the Huang clan that were greatly stunned. "Let's go." Ling Han wrapped an arm gently around the Empress's waist. The Empress nodded without the slightest reluctance. For her, this clan only consisted of a great number of strangers. "Wait," the ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe called out hurriedly. Chapter 2382, A Person Hung on the Flagpole. Ling Han stopped, turned back round with a smile and asked, "What is it? You want to spar with us?" How could the ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe dare? Hurriedly he smiled and said, don't misunderstand. Wan Xing is one of our clan members after all. She has just acknowledged her ancestors and returned to her clan, so it would be better that she stays for a few days longer in the clan." Whether it was Ling Han or the Empress, they were both unbelievably freakish. If they could stay in the ancestral grounds of the Nine-Snake tribe, that would be equivalent to having gained a powerful backer. Ling Han shook his head with a smile. "Old man, don't you think it's a little late to say this now?" If the ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe had resolutely maintained his stand previously, Ling Han would not have let them go to so much trouble for nothing either. But then what? He had not done anything and had wanted to detach himself from the matter completely, yet now wanted to take advantage of them. How could there be such a good thing in this world? The ancestor of the Nine-Snake tribe couldn't help but look embarrassed, yet he could say nothing to refute. He could only shake his head sheepishly. Ling Han and the Empress called the other women over, left the ancestral grounds of the Nine-Snake tribe, and then headed towards Three Cloud City. Since they had already formed a grudge with the Kong clan, Ling Han would settle the matter once and for all. Furthermore, he was also very curious about how over 100 ascending origin tiers had emerged from the Kong clan all at once. This was very inconceivable. The ascending origin tier was actually already very awesome. It was the strongest beneath the celestial king tier, and to have so many ascending origin tiers surge forth all at once without the support of a celestial king was very illogical. Ling Han and his group did not travel very quickly. Roaming and traveling, they reached the Three Cloud City. Before even entering the city, they could see a flagpole that was stuck in front of the city gates, but there was no flag hanging from it. Instead, it was a person. This person's limbs were drooping, and they were twisted at an unusual angle at that. It seemed like it should be a corpse, but Ling Han could sense that there was actually a weak fluttering of divine sense from this person. This clearly was not a provoking action done by some opposing force of Three Cloud City, but rather a certain force in Three Cloud City exhibiting their power and making an example. Thinking further, there was only one most powerful force in Three Cloud City, and that was the Kong clan. This person should have committed an offense against the Kong clan, and that was why he had been hung on this flagpole. Yet he had not been killed, but rather left to survive on his last breath. The purpose of this was to serve as a warning for others, that they should never become enemies with the Kong clan, or becoming this person would be their future. Ling Han was just about to take a step and continue onwards, but then suddenly stopped and turned to look at that flagpole again. He sensed that there was something familiar about this person. It was not appearance but rather divine sense. Who could it be? "What is it?" the Empress asked. Ling Han was still looking at the person hanging from the flagpole and asked, "Don't you guys think that we seem to have met this person before?" The Empress studied him carefully and then shook her head. With her incredibly proud personality, how could she possibly bother to remember people she had met? Understanding suddenly flashed in Ling Han's head, and he exclaimed, "I remember now." When his words fell, he immediately waved a hand. A powerful gust of air swept out, and the ropes that were tied around that person split apart. Instantly that person fell towards the ground. Ling Han stretched his hand again, picked the person up, and then laid him evenly on the ground. How dare you? There were guards at the city entrance, and when they saw how Ling Han actually dared to rescue him, they were instantly enraged. They all rushed over. There were only 8 of them at the city entrance, but with a series of shouts, another team of guards rushed out. There were more than 30 of them now. Ling Han ignored them and instead placed a palm on the shoulder of that person. As regulations of wood activated, filled with vitality, that man's injuries were being healed. He frowned slightly. The Kong clan were really ruthless in their actions. They had first caged this person's power, and then planted some kind of secret technique which was devouring this person's vitality, causing incredible agony for him. Yet this person could not die in the short term, and it would last at least tens of thousands of years. What grudge or enmity was there between them that they had to go to such cruel lengths? I was talking to you, a guard shouted. Brandishing the spear in his hands, he stabbed it towards Ling Han's shoulder. Huang abruptly roared, which turned into a deafening dragon's roar. The spear in the hands of that guard was instantly shattered. Even the space between his thumb and forefingers split apart. Releasing a pained cry, he slid back continuously. The guards immediately looked like they were facing a powerful enemy as they all raised their weapons, aiming straight at Huang. Huang naturally would not be concerned. Instead, she giggled and said, "Whichever of you are feeling an itch, Nyo will come to deal with you." Ling Han stimulated the regulations of wood, helping the wounded man heal. He had previously possessed the source powers of heaven and earth. Though he had given them up of his own volition, they had still left a brand behind on him. This naturally was extremely powerful, and the secret technique in that person's body was also being erased bit by bit. Because he could not injure this person, Ling Han progressed at a very slow speed. Fortunately, he stimulated the regulations of time, and time acceleration effects immediately took place. In only over a dozen minutes, the secret technique in that person's body was already unraveled, and with the nurturing and revitalizing effects of the regulations of wood, the person also recovered considerably. His eyelids trembled slightly and then snapped open. "Fuck, indeed never anything good happens when I see you, brat," the person said. Ling Han laughed loudly. "I have saved your life, and you're not even going to say thanks." This person was the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire. In the past, he had set out on his own the moment they had entered into the celestial realm. He had not anticipated that they would reunite at this time and place, and that he would be so badly off to the point of almost dying. The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire forcibly sat up, and looking at the surroundings he couldn't help but frown. Not good. This is still Three Cloud City. Let's go. Once the Kong clan rushes out, we will be in big trouble. It's fine. If we are really caught up with by your enemies, I will hand you over to them. In any case, it has nothing to do with me, Ling Han joked. Humph, it is already too late for you to know fear now. A cold laugh rang out, and a young man was seen walking out of the city. He was dressed in rich robes, and actually even held a folded paper fan in his hand. He was waving the fan with every step, very much a show-off. Ling Han ignored him and asked, "So you have a grudge with the Kong clan? Great, I too want to seek them out, so we'll clear your debt as well while I'm at it." No. The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire hurriedly shook his head. Though your natural talent in cultivation is extraordinary, that is only limited to the ancient realm. Once we have entered into the celestial realm, there are many, many other more outstanding prodigies than you here. The Kong clan has over 100 ascending origin tiers, and you have only cultivated for several million years. How could you be a match for them? Even if it was he who was recultivating from the beginning, he had just advanced into the Immortal Palace tier now. The gap was astonishingly wide. Even he was this way, what more when it was Ling Han? Ling Han put on an act of displeasure and demanded, "Are you looking down on me? Fuck, let's flee quickly. Anything else we can talk later." The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire urged. He had no wish to hang on the flagpole again. Want to flee? The young man in embroidered robes smirked coldly. His nostrils were spurting flames in his fury. Not a single member of Ling Han and his group actually gave him any regard, and they were still openly and brazenly talking about fleeing. Did they think he was dead? "Anyone who becomes enemies with our Kong clan will never have long to live," he declared menacingly. "And who are you?" Ling Han asked. The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire couldn't help but moan. There was such a wonderful chance for them to run which Ling Han was not using, but was actually spending it on bickering. The young man in embroidered robes humphed and declared, "I am Kong Xiang." He paused, swept a glance over Ling Han and his group, and then demanded proudly, "If you kneel down now and beg for mercy, I can consider sparing your lives." Ling Han laughed, turned his head and commented, "I discover that the members of the Kong clan really have a natural talent at jokes." The women also gave him face by laughing lightly. Kong Xiang was enraged. He drew a long spear and suddenly rushed towards Ling Han rapidly. He delivered a sweeping strike with his spear which exuded formidable might. Chapter 2383, Reason for the Calamity. In the younger generation of the Kong clan, Kong Xiang's natural talent was not too weak. Though he had only been cultivating for just over 100,000 years, he was shockingly already a fourth severance. This spear was extremely frightening. As the seals lit up one after another, it seemed capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas. Ling Han blew out a breath of air and a gust of wind surged out. Kong Xiang's charge immediately came to an abrupt stop. His whole person seemed like he was in slow motion. He was taking steps with great difficulty, and the clothing that he was wearing was also torn to shreds by the terrifying force of the gust, instantly turning him naked. As the gust swept past, Kong Xiang suddenly stumbled, almost dropping onto the ground. When he discovered the embarrassing state he was in, he hurriedly moved to cover the spot between his legs, but when he realized that even if he had managed to cover the front, there was nothing covering his back, his grip on the spear couldn't help but loosen as he used the other hand to cover his behind. His face was completely flushed red, and he felt that Ling Han was really too immoral to actually use such an underhanded trick. He was too shameless. Ling Han laughed loudly. "No need to cover it. It's not that much bigger than an ant, so there is no need to worry that it would be seen at all." Why you? Kong Xiang pointed his finger at Ling Han, but when he pointed, he realized that he was about to reveal himself again. Quickly, he withdrew his hand, his face bright red as he wanted nothing more than for there to be a hole in the ground where he could bury himself in. The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire sighed and said, "Ling Han, this person is only a fourth severance, but the Kong clan has many elites, so run faster. Will you do it if I call you Big Brother?" "I am your big brother in the first place." Ling Han grinned. He clapped a hand on the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire's shoulder. "Don't worry. Big Brother will protect you." The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire was depressed. "I have already warned you. If you are captured, hung up and beaten, don't say I didn't warn you." "Didn't I say that I would hand you over if I was outmatched?" Ling Han began to tease him again. Scram. The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire rolled his eyes at him. Kong Xiang quickly took out clothing from his spatial god tool which he changed into, and breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up his spear again as he glared furiously at Ling Han. If eyes could kill, Ling Han should have died countless times over. He did not dare to make any further moves rashly. Though Ling Han had not revealed his strength previously, Kong Xiang had been forced to a stop with just a breath of air from the former, and it even tore his clothes to shreds. This strength was definitely superior to his, and it was not just by a little bit either. It should be known that the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire was an immortal palace tier, so based on the fact that Ling Han could be friends with him, he too should be an immortal palace tier as well. Losing at the hand of someone like this, there was no need for him to feel ashamed. As he sent out a signal for reinforcements, he kept his eyes on Ling Han and demanded, "Who are you? To dare trifle with our Kong clan, do you dare to announce your name?" Ling Han smiled faintly. "Originally, a minor character like you would not be worthy of talking to me, but who asked that I am not the type to put on any airs. My name is Ba." "Ba?" Kong Xiang mumbled as he searched through his knowledge to see if there was someone who matched that name. "Yes, good son." Ling Han nodded. Fuck, he had been tricked. Kong Xiang glared at Ling Han furiously, and even his hair stood on ends. He felt that Ling Han was really too despicable. He was clearly an immortal palace tier, yet had actually taken advantage of him, a mere fourth severance, repeatedly. How could he do that? Just how did you make enemies of the Kong clan? Ling Han paid no further regard to Kong Xiang. There was really no need for him to take such a minor character to heart. The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire was glum. "Could you find a different time and place to ask this question, you curious brat?" "I've already told you that we need to flee. Why do you not listen at all? Remember how I was hunted and forced to flee into the lower realm? He still explained, or he would feel uncomfortable. Ling Han gave an "oh." It has something to do with the Kong clan. The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire nodded. That was a matter of several 100 million years ago. I obtained a treasure map, yet the ancestor of the Kong clan got wind of it and thus pursued me. Though I managed to fortunately escape with my life, the treasure map still fell into the hands of the ancestor of the Kong clan. This could be imagined. In the past, when the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire fled into the lower realm, he was only left with a sliver of divine sense. A great immortal palace tier elite actually needed the lower realm to help him gather materials to rebuild his body, which showed how miserable he had once been. The treasure map being snatched away was also within reason. Then the reason why you have come here was to take back your treasure map? Ling Han asked. The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire shook his head. It's already been so many years and the Kong clan must have taken out the treasure by now. Moreover, the Kong clan had previously just been an ordinary 4-star force, with only a single ascending origin tier, yet now there are as many as over 100 of them. He paused. This must be linked to that treasure trove. Ling Han agreed. If nothing unusual happened, how could an ordinary 4-star force possibly leap to the top tier with a single bound? A horse couldn't get fat without an extra ration, and a man couldn't get rich without an extra income. Furthermore, he was sure that the Kong clan would have obtained 1 to 2 celestial kings by now if it were not for the fact that it was required to walk the celestial path to become a celestial king. The treasure trove that they had obtained had really been useful. I am indeed dissatisfied, but I have not yet cultivated to the ascending origin tier, so I naturally could not have come to deliver myself to death. I merely wanted to observe the situation. However, I mistakenly befriended a vile character, and leaked the secret of my identity. In the end, the Kong clan captured me and I suffered great torture. I have already been hung up there for over 10,000 years. The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire sighed, feeling a coldness from being unable to bring himself to look back on his past. It had been 10,000 years, and merely being hung on the flagpole, exposed to the elements and being mocked and ridiculed was not something a proud prodigy could bear, what more when restrictions had been placed on him as he was constantly enduring a great agony. Ling Han gave an "oh." This Kong clan was truly cruel. They were truly the typical standard to kill others for the sake of treasure. But in the greater environment of the celestial realm, this kind of situation seemed to be commonplace, and most people would choose this course of action. Shio. Another few figures appeared. The reinforcements from the Kong clan had arrived. This time, a few immortal palace tiers had arrived. Though they were strong because 3 Cloud City was really too big, the journey here would also require a long period of time. Even if they had gotten the news and set out immediately, it was only now that they finally reached their destination. 9th Elder. 11th Elder. 19th Elder. Kong Xiang quickly called out. As he saw so many elites come all at once, his confidence was immediately replenished. A middle-aged man's eyes swept over Ling Han's face as quick as lightning. It was like a bolt out of the blue, capable of causing blindness. He humphed heavily. Who are you to actually dare interfere in the matters of our Kong clan? Can't it be that I am just intervening because I can't bear the injustice? Ling Han smiled and pointed at himself. A real man does not change his name. My name is Ba. Ba. This middle-aged man was also duped. He murmured this word, mulling over this name. Good son. Ling Han nodded. Only now did the middle-aged man realize that he had been tricked. He couldn't help but fly into a rage, his expression darkening quickly. You actually dare to play such tricks in front of me? How preposterous. No need to waste words on him. Let's just take him down directly and hang them both at the city gates, another middle-aged man said. He was short in build, but his aura was considerably astonishing. He was like a wild beast, and one would feel a chill rise up from the bottom of one's heart with just a look from him. All right. The first middle-aged man nodded. He stretched out a hand to grab Ling Han, and this turned into a giant black-colored hand. The mystical power of Immortal Palace tier blazed. This blow was extremely terrifying. He did not underestimate Ling Han because based on Kong Xiang's report, Ling Han was definitely in the Immortal Palace tier. Chapter 2384, Recognized. Ling Han smiled faintly before taking a small breath and exhaling. Raging wind instantly swept forth. However, the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire shook his head upon seeing this. His opponent was Kong Lingqi, a third secret Immortal Palace tier elite from the Kong clan. How could he be regarded as someone on the same level as Kong Xiang? Even the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire would have to unleash his full power against him. Otherwise he would definitely be killed. Yet Ling Han was simply blowing some air? What was this? Celestial wind? Meanwhile, Kong Lingqi was also infuriated. This brat actually dared to attack him with a breath? Why didn't he spew some hot air to blow himself to death? You're seeking death, he roared with a humph. He rapidly pressed down with his large hand, yearning not to only suppress Ling Han, but also to subject him to immense torture. Otherwise he couldn't quell his anger. Whoosh! The wind howled and a devastating power swept through the surroundings. Kong Lingqi's attack was utterly futile as it was immediately crushed into pieces, scattering with the wind. However, the wind didn't stop and it continued to howl toward Kong Lingqi, causing him to sway. Thud thud thud. He retreated several steps with his clothes all torn to shreds. He looked much like a fluttering butterfly. When the wind dispersed, it was clear that Kong Lingqi had suffered the same fate as Kong Lingqi was but naked. Tisk. Ling Han couldn't help but feel astonished. This was because Kong Lingqi was also smooth and bare down there. This wasn't an innate condition, but rather a result of external action. Fuck, he truly knows how to toy with them. The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire and the remaining members of the Kong clan were all stupefied. With a single breath, Ling Han had actually repelled the attack of a third secret elite. Not only that, but he had even shredded his clothes. Just what kind of astounding power was this? Ascending Origin Tier, the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire exclaimed with a gulp. He was filled with shock and disbelief. Ling Han had actually ascended to the Ascending Origin Tier. The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire was still only at the Immortal Palace Tier. One had to realize that he was recultivating, so his cultivation speed should have been hundreds or even thousands of times quicker than Ling Han's, yet he was actually surpassed. No wonder Ling Han was brimming with confidence. As an Ascending Origin Tier elite facing off against a fellow Ascending Origin Tier elite, even if he were much weaker, he could still come and go as he pleased as long as he wasn't encircled. He could do as he pleased. He's only at the Immortal Palace Tier, so how in the world is he so powerful? The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire was in a bad state right now, so it was understandable that his judgment would be off. However, the members of the Kong clan were fine, so their judgment naturally wouldn't be affected. They were all beside themselves with shock. Ling Han was clearly exuding the aura of an Immortal Palace Tier elite. They hurriedly sent another signal, asking for more reinforcements. Ling Clan smiled and said, "Since you're all calling me father, why don't you come over and pay your respects?" He plucked the members of the Kong clan up as if he were an eagle plucking at small chicks. He then forced them to kneel in a row before the city gates. At the end of the day he was acquainted with the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire, while he only harbored disgust and contempt toward the Kong clan. Thus, since he was free anyway, he decided to vent some anger for the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire. "You're still only at the Immortal Palace Tier?" the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Han pondered for a moment before replying, "It's hard for me to answer with a direct yes or no." The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire rolled his eyes upon hearing this. He either was at the Immortal Palace Tier or he wasn't. How was this hard to answer? Ling Han continued, "After all, you're not aware of the existence of the foreign realm. What if I told you I reached the Ascending Origin Tier there? However, after returning I was suppressed back to the second secret. Right now I've recultivated back to the 11th secret. Do you understand?" The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire chuckled in reply. "Reaching the Ascending Origin Tier in some foreign realm? What foreign realm? Moreover, what the hell is the 11th secret? Do you take me for a fool?" Ling Han couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Those who had ascended from the lower realm were now extremely far apart, not only in terms of cultivation, but also in terms of knowledge. Not mentioning himself, the Rain Emperor had also advanced to the Ascending Origin Tier and become a monarch star. Huang was no different. However, people like Feng Piyun, Mu Rongqing, and the others had only reached the Dividing Soul Tier at the highest. Meanwhile, even with a lifetime of experience, the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire had only recultivated to the Immortal Palace Tier. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire was clearly unaware of the existence of monarch tears and monarch stars. He was more so unaware of the battle between dimensions. However, after dropping that huge bomb in the two-realm battlefield, Ling Han was confident that the entire celestial realm would soon learn of the true faces of the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable and the two other Heavenly Venerates. They would also learn about the invasion being carried out by the foreign realm. Creating an illusion of peace was of no benefit to the future of the celestial realm. Moreover, the foreign realm was also trying to shake the foundations of the celestial realm by spreading their practice of praying to deities. It was necessary to alert the entire celestial realm to guard against this. "Let me fill you in," Ling Han said with a smile. He then started to tell the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire about the battle between dimensions. While explaining this, he also mentioned the existence of monarch tears and monarch stars. The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire felt as if he were dreaming. In fact, even the members of the Kong clan didn't dare to believe this. The world they lived in was actually this dangerous? They were at risk of being invaded by another realm at any moment? They were at risk of being completely massacred. When Ling Han finished speaking, the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire was completely and utterly stupefied. He was rendered absolutely speechless. The members of the Kong clan didn't fare any better. Right now, their only thought was that Ling Han had definitely gone mad. It was also at this moment that the reinforcements from the Kong clan arrived. Who dares to challenge the might of the Kong clan? A large group of people marched over, with the leader wearing an expression of incandescent fury. This person had actually forced the members of the Kong clan to kneel in a row? How humiliating. Many people arrived this time, and their cultivation levels also varied greatly. Some were at the Ascending Origin tier, some were at the Immortal Palace tier, and some were even at the Dividing Soul tier or Severing Mundane tier. However, only 4 of them were at the Ascending Origin tier. "Ling Han," someone suddenly stammered in a shaky voice. Ling Han looked over before grinning and saying, "I remember you. You're Kong Yi, correct?" He was one of the 3 Ascending Origin tier elites from the Kong clan who had gone to 9 Snake Island at that time. However, to his shock, not only had Ling Han not fled, but he had even charged into 3 Cloud City. "Not good," Kong Yi exclaimed in his mind. This was because a large majority of elites from the Kong clan had been dispatched to 9 Snake Island to hunt Ling Han. However, this brat defied their expectations and he had actually come straight to 3 Cloud City. Was he seizing this opportunity to destroy the Kong clan? Ling Han. Ling Han. Ling Han. Some of them wore blank expressions. Who in the world was Ling Han? However, the color drained from the faces of those in positions of power at the Kong clan. He was an unfathomably terrifying person. With a single punch, he had easily obliterated the arm of Kong'in, forcing the 3 elites from the Kong clan to flee from 9 Snake Island in disarray. They had been utterly humiliated. Now this Death Star was actually in 3 Cloud City? "What do you want?" Kong Yi yelled in a fierce voice. Yet, it was clear that his heart was gripped with fear. Ling Han was like an insurmountable beast. Ling Han patted the shoulder of the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire and said, "He's my underling, yet he was tied up and brutally beaten by you people. Now, I've naturally come to avenge him." The members of the Kong clan all felt extremely vexed. When going to 9 Snake Island, it had turned out to be an ancestral ground of Ling Han's wife. When punishing an opponent of the Kong clan, it turned out that he was actually Ling Han's underling. Was the Kong clan destined to clash with this person? The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire felt even more vexed. "I'm not your underling." At that time, when Ling Han had begged him to teach him some mystical powers, he had put on all the airs he could, yet he had become an underling now. Ling Han roared with laughter and said, "Many people beg to become my underling, yet there's not a chance in hell that they can. If you hadn't been a good friend of mine, I wouldn't have opened such a back door for you either." He glanced at the members of the Kong clan and said, "Come on, let's pay a visit to your clan. I want to see what kind of dangerous place it is." "Ling Han, don't push your luck," Kong Yi roared. However, they only had 4 Ascending Origin tier elites present, and there were only 5 more back at the clan quarters. Could the 9 of them stop Ling Han? He didn't have a shred of confidence. "Obediently lead the way," Ling Han said with force. Chapter 2385, The Kong clan is no more. Just how powerful was Ling Han now? When he unleashed his body art, he could reach a vitality index of over 4,400. This was thanks to the might of the Heavenly Venerate blood from Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu. However, this blood hadn't unleashed its might all at once, and it would gradually allow Ling Han to become more powerful. Even though Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu had already removed the murderous aura from the blood, if it unleashed all of its might at once, Ling Han would definitely still be killed several times over. If this blood were bestowed upon anyone else, even though they would also receive huge benefits, it would still be incomparable to what Ling Han had received. This was because only Ling Han could draw on the power of heaven and earth to temper his body. These two notions were aligned. If one couldn't draw on the power of heaven and earth, they would also fail to fully utilize the potential of Heavenly Venerable blood. Right now Ling Han was far too ferocious. With a few strikes, he easily defeated the 4 ascending origin tier elites from the Kong clan. Of course, this was easier due to the fact that only Kong Yi had reached the consummate level of the ascending origin tier. The other 3 were either at the small accomplishment or the great accomplishment. The gulf between them was far too great. After being suppressed by Ling Han, the members of the Kong clan had no option but to lead this wolf into their house. Upon arriving, the remaining 5 ascending origin tier elites also charged forward to attack them. However, they couldn't even defeat the Empress and Huang before being suppressed. And thereupon Ling Han occupied their clan headquarters. Right now, the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire was living the high life, recuperating in the Kong clan with 3 ascending origin tier elites serving him. If he were slightly unhappy, he would chide them with no reservations. After suffering for over 10,000 years, he was naturally pent up with rage. However, he was even more worried about the treasure map that the Kong clan had obtained at that time. Just what kind of treasure had they found? It had actually allowed them to flourish to this stage. Ling Han was also filled with curiosity. He dragged the ascending origin tier elites over, and interrogated them again and again. This was evidently a big secret of the Kong clan. Thus, the ascending origin tier elites at the small accomplishment and great accomplishment were indeed unaware of it. They were completely dumbfounded no matter what Ling Han asked them. Only Kong Yi acted secretively and suspiciously. Ling Han couldn't be bothered plucking his soul, so he handed this task to Bewitching Maiden Ro. She was a master of controlling others. With Bewitching Maiden Ro's cultivation, she shouldn't have been capable of affecting an ascending origin tier elite at the consummate level. However, Kong Ye's cultivation had been sealed by Ling Han, so he couldn't resist her ability at all. With a few simple questions he quickly revealed all that he knew. Following the treasure map, the Kong clan had managed to uncover an astonishing treasure trove. They had obtained an enormous number of alchemical pills, and it was these alchemical pills that had helped them soar in leaps and bounds in these past several billion years. In such a short span of time, they had gained hundreds more ascending origin tier elites. However, this treasure chamber still contained many seals that had yet to be undone. Thus, the Kong clan had only obtained a portion of the treasures. Because of its importance, even Kong Yi didn't know where this treasure chamber was located. This secret was buried deep in the heart of the ancestor of the Kong clan. The treasure storage of an ancient celestial king? The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire asked in excitement. However, Ling Han said, with so many alchemical pills, enough to help hundreds of people advance to the ascending origin tier, I suspect that this isn't the treasure storage of a celestial king. Instead, it's probably the treasure storage of a 5-star alchemist. His heart thumped in excitement. He was only a step away from becoming a 5-star alchemist. If he were able to interact with some 5-star alchemical pills, perhaps this door would be pushed open, allowing him to take the final and most critical step. 5-star alchemist. An expression of respect and reverence involuntarily spread across the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire's face. It was arguable that becoming a 5-star alchemist was even more difficult than becoming a celestial king. Even though there were few celestial kings in the world, it wasn't that they were extremely rare either. However, 5-star alchemists were as rare as could be. Such was their status that even lower-level celestial kings would have to pay their respects to them. Higher-level celestial kings would also need to treat them with respect. Ling Han shook his head, lightly punching him in the shoulder and saying, "There's nothing special about 5-star alchemists. In the near future, your older brother will also become such an existence." Haha. The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire naturally didn't believe this. Being talented in cultivation and being talented in alchemy were two completely different things. Ling Han didn't explain himself. In any case, there would come a day when his underling would become transfixed with shock. After waiting for just 2 days, the army of the Kong clan finally came charging back. "Get the fuck out here," an old man with white eyebrows and white hair bellowed. He was tall and sturdy, and he was dressed in a red robe. He was none other than the clan leader of the Kong clan. At the same time, he was also the first ascending origin tier elite of the Kong clan. He was the one who had obtained the treasure map. Upon arriving back at the clan, he was immediately flooded with wails of grief and vexation. This was naturally because the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire had been far too wanton about taking his anger out on them. The past 2 days had been agonizing torture for the members of the Kong clan. It had only ever been them enslaving others. How could they possibly accept the opposite? Crack. Lightning shook heaven and earth as dark clouds formed above the Kong clan. This was heavenly tribulation. The members of the Kong clan were all given a fright. Heavenly tribulation was indiscriminate, and its rage could easily reduce the entire Kong clan to rubble. Whoosh! A figure soared into the sky. It was none other than the Empress. She had accumulated enough experience, so she resolutely unleashed her cultivation to invite heavenly tribulation. She cared nothing about others, so she naturally didn't give a toss about whose home this was. In any case, it would be fine as long as it wasn't her own home. Thus, she decided to face her tribulation here. Crack, crack, crack. Deafening thunder rumbled as arcs of vicious lightning blasted toward the Empress. The Empress was an extraordinary being. She was an 11th secret monarch star, and she had even cultivated some source power. Thus, in the eyes of heaven and earth, she was an anomaly that couldn't be tolerated. As such, this heavenly tribulation was as terrifying as could be, its power far surpassing what ordinary cultivators at the small accomplishment of the ascending origin tier would face. This greatly alarmed the members of the Kong clan. They thought this was an elite advancing from the small accomplishment to the great accomplishment. Moreover, even though heavenly tribulation wouldn't strike innocent people, it would be indiscriminate toward buildings and other inanimate objects. After just 2 or 3 strikes of lightning, the Kong clan was already reduced to ruins. Ah! The elites of the Kong clan all roared in fury. However, they were completely powerless to stop this. Would they dare to charge into heavenly tribulation to drag the Empress away? If they dared to interfere with heavenly tribulation, they would be ruthlessly targeted by heaven and earth. Apart from freaks like Ling Han, who dared to face heavenly tribulation for fun, all they could do was bellow in rage, swearing to themselves that they would definitely crush Ling Han and the others to death. After half a day, the dark clouds finally dissipated, signaling the conclusion of heavenly tribulation. The heaven and earth of the celestial realm wasn't as powerful as the heaven and earth of the foreign realm, so its heavenly tribulation would also last for a much shorter time. Just as the members of the Kong clan were about to unleash their fury, dark clouds formed above their heads again, signaling the arrival of a new heavenly tribulation. Fuck. What's going on? They're lining up to face tribulations. Niu is also going to play. Niu shouted in excitement. She dashed into the sky, beginning to face her tribulation. The members of the Kong clan all wore ashen expressions. Even though their headquarters had been destroyed by the Empress tribulation, there had still been a possibility that they could have rebuilt it. However, with Niu's tribulation lashing down, the flattened earth was further transformed into an expanse of uneven craters. However, this was only the beginning. Judging by the size of the tribulation, it was as if it wanted to transform the ancestral grounds of the Kong clan into a vast sea. Sure enough, after half a day, the ancestral grounds of the Kong clan vanished once and for all. What replaced it was a gigantic lake that was almost as large as a sea. They're finished, right? The members of the Kong clan were already seething with rage. Just as they were about to unleash this rage, crack, there was the rumble of thunder as another tribulation formed overhead. Are you people done yet? This time it was bewitching Maiden Ro. She had also recultivated to the ascending origin tier. She soared into the sky to face her tribulation. Very well. After half a day, the gigantic lake truly transformed into a sea. You utterly disgusting trash, the ancestor of the Kong clan roared as he glared at Ling Han and the others. When Ling Han's 3 wives had been facing their tribulations, he had drawn the others into his spatial god tool. Meanwhile, he had dealt with the shock waves of the tribulation by himself. This was nothing for him. The ancestor of the Kong clan could barely control his rage. He was going to kill them all. No, he was going to fucking eat them alive. Chapter 2386, Lion in a Flock of Sheep. The ancestor of the Kong clan immediately charged over, with columns of angry white air shooting from his nose. His eyes were ablaze, and it was clear that he had reached the epitome of fury. This was an indescribable fury, it was a fury that made him want to eat them alive. He summoned a black sword and viciously slashed down at Ling Han. Following this slash, the symbols on the sword also lit up one after another, causing it to be enveloped in black mist that eventually transformed into countless skulls. The sword had yet to reach its target, yet a cacophony of piercing screams had already infiltrated Ling Han's mind. This wasn't some ordinary sound, but it was instead a divine sense attack. Ling Han humped softly and roared, "Begone!" Pah! The countless skulls instantly shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, the screams in his mind also vanished into nothingness. The ancestor of the Kong clan became as pale as a sheet. He was already aware of Ling Han's insane power, but before witnessing it in person, he had been completely unable to imagine it. How is he so powerful? Attack him together, he commanded. He didn't try to save face and he instead called for reinforcements. All of the ascending origin tier elites from the Kong clan instantly charged forward. They were hundreds strong and they immediately encircled Ling Han. The Empress and Huang didn't interfere. They had full confidence in Ling Han. However, the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire was filled with anxiety. This was 100 or so ascending origin tier elites. Moreover, over half of them had reached or were about to reach the pinnacle of the consummate level. Regardless of how powerful Ling Han was, he was only a lone immortal palace tier elite. Could he truly rival them? Charge! The ancestor of the Kong clan commanded. He took the lead as they all charged at Ling Han. The elites of the Kong clan all attacked in unison, instantly flooding the surroundings with blinding light and furious energy. Further drawing on the power of regulations, and the might that they unleashed was utterly terrifying to witness. Ling Han roared with laughter as he unleashed his fists of fury. Like a lion entering a flock of sheep, he actively charged into the large group of enemies. Pung pung pung. Just how freakish was his body art now? With each punch, a member of the Kong clan would be sent flying. They were simply no match for him. After a dozen or so punches, a dozen or so elites from the Kong clan were left with bloody and severe wounds. In fact, even their bones had been snapped and left sticking out of their skin. This was a harrowing sight. They were all rendered numb with fear. Just what kind of unfathomable battle prowess was this? Even though the ones who had been sent flying were only at the small accomplishment and great accomplishment, those at the consummate level would also stumble back and retreat when struck by Ling Han's powerful punches. The gulf between them and Ling Han was as clear as day. Don't battle with him head-on, the ancestor of the Kong clan warned. Their opponent was far too destructive, so fighting with him head-on would only lead to injury and misfortune. The elites of the Kong clan immediately dispersed. Sure enough, they didn't dare to face Ling Han directly anymore. However, Ling Han unleashed the regulations of space, and transformed into hundreds of thousands of clones. Trying to evade his attacks wouldn't be so easy. Moreover, unleashing the power of his physique meant that he didn't need to draw on the power of regulations. Even though this would only save him a small amount of effort, it was enough for him to seize an absolute advantage. Pung pung pung. Wherever Ling Han passed, members of the Kong clan would be sent flying into the air. He was like a celestial maiden scattering flowers into the surroundings. Ling Han didn't show any mercy. He had briefly investigated the Kong clan these past 2 days, and they truly couldn't be classified as a peaceful and good clan. Instead, they were a typical example of a clan that had suddenly struck fortune. Relying on their large number of elites, they had harassed men and enslaved women, doing all evils that they could imagine. Thus, Ling Han didn't show any mercy at all. So be it if he killed these people. Moreover, what did it matter that the number of sheep was great? They were but food to fill the belly of the lion. In just a short moment, only 30 or so elites remained standing from the initial 100 or so. All of you stand back, the ancestor of the Kong clan commanded in a solemn voice. They all exchanged glances. Perhaps their ancestor was going to lower his head to this youth? Otherwise, how could he rival Ling Han by himself? However, the ancestor of the Kong clan clearly had no intention to surrender. Instead, he summoned a sword. Huang. This sword hovered out from his body, instantly unleashing a boundless green light. A paramount aura enveloped the surroundings, striking fear into everyone's heart. Wally transformed back into his original form as he dropped down from Ling Han's body. Green light shot from his eyes as he stared at the sword. Celestial tool. Ling Han exclaimed in surprise. The Kong clan had definitely discovered a gigantic treasure trove, one that even contained celestial tools. They were already wealthier than many celestial kings. In any case, it was clear that this was the first time that the ancestor of the Kong clan had summoned this sword. However, it was understandable that he had kept it a secret. After all, an ascending origin tier elite possessing a celestial tool was a clear recipe for attracting disaster. The members of the Kong clan all wore blank expressions, and it was as if they were completely unaware of what was happening. However, many of them had already fallen to their knees involuntarily. This was the might of a celestial king. This divine sword naturally wouldn't recognize the ancestor of the Kong clan as its owner. Thus, he was unable to unleash its full might. Even so, this was still a celestial tool, so how could ordinary people withstand its celestial king tier might? Now that you've seen the Green Song divine sword, you can die without any regrets, the ancestor of the Kong clan said with a cold chuckle. He charged forward with the sword. Swoosh! A burst of sword chi swept over, slicing space apart and even shattering the regulations. The celestial king tier was equal in status to regulations. Thus, even though the celestial tool couldn't unleash its full might, its destructive power was still far beyond anything that an ascending origin tier elite could rival. Ling Han dashed aside to dodge this attack. The sword chi being powerful was one matter. However, it was only being wielded by the ancestor of the Kong clan, someone at the consummate level of the ascending origin tier. You can pay off your debts with this sword, Wally said. After sweeping his green gaze over the sword, a satisfied expression spread across his face. If he wanted to evolve, he would need to consume source power from the Genesis world. Thus, he was extremely drawn to things like the divine demon sword. Ling Han chuckled and said, "Alright, then go and get it yourself. I'm a support-style war soldier. Fighting isn't my strong suit," Wally replied in a serious voice. He didn't catch the teasing tone in Ling Han's voice at all. "You're still dreaming of fighting against a celestial tool?" the ancestor of the Kong clan said with a sneer. He slashed down with the Green Song divine sword again and again, unleashing torrents of petrifying sword intent. The entire space was torn into shreds. As a result, Ling Han was no longer able to draw on the surrounding power of regulations. They had all been obliterated by the divine sword. Glory to the ancestor. Upon seeing Ling Han being forced to dodge and flee, the members of the Kong clan were all filled with vigor and excitement. They shouted in delirium, and they felt as if they could finally breathe out their pent-up anger. You actually dared to challenge the grand might of the Kong clan? You've truly grown tired of living. Cripple his cultivation and hang him before the city gates. Let him die a miserable and torturous death. No, no, no. His battle prowess is terrifying, so it's best that we kill him as soon as possible. We can't give him any chance to turn the tables. Upon hearing the mention of hanging someone at the city gates, the expression of the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire instantly turned dark. His mind naturally wandered back to the time when he had suffered this wretched fate. He gritted his teeth in anger. The ancestor of the Kong clan was filled with fighting spirit as he roared again and again. He swung the divine sword quicker and quicker, and it was clear that he wanted to kill Ling Han as quickly as possible. This young cultivator was far too terrifying. If he allowed him to develop any more, perhaps even a divine sword wouldn't be able to suppress him. "Brat, where has your arrogance disappeared?" the ancestor of the Kong clan said with a sneer. Even the 100 or so ascending origin tier elites of the Kong clan hadn't been able to suppress Ling Han, and they had instead been either killed or severely wounded by him. Now that the tables had turned, he naturally couldn't help but taunt and ridicule Ling Han. Ling Han grinned and said, "Old man, be careful of extreme joy begetting sorrow. You can only shoot your mouth off now," the ancestor of the Kong clan scoffed. Ling Han shook his head saying, "Initially I still wanted to satisfy your thirst for vainglory. However, since you're itching for a beating, fine, I'll satisfy you." Whoosh! Another burst of sword chi swept over. This was the paramount regulation itself, and it could sever all matter in the world. However, Ling Han was unafraid as he charged toward it. It was as if he were going to face the might of the divine sword head-on. The ancestor of the Kong clan was both astonished and delighted. He hadn't imagined that Ling Han would actually be so foolish. However, he naturally wasn't against this. He chuckled in his mind. This brat has truly lost his mind. Just because he's freakish, he thinks he can even rival the might of a divine sword? Pooh. However, the scene that followed caused his eyes to pop from their sockets. Chapter 2387, Trap. A burst of razor-sharp sword light also exploded from Ling Han's body, blocking the attack of the Green Song Divine Sword. He was completely unscathed. How could the ancestor of the Kong clan not be astounded? That was a divine sword. It was a sword that could slice through anything. Now, however, it had actually failed to kill Ling Han. How was this possible? Was this brat so freakish that he could even rival celestial kings? Ling Han charged over with divine demon sword in hand. It was none other than the divine demon sword that had blocked the sword chi of the Green Song Divine Sword. Otherwise, even with a physique as freakish as his, there was no way that Ling Han would dare to face the attack of a celestial tool head-on. That would be no different from suicide. The ancestor of the Kong clan refused to accept this, and he continued to swing the Green Song Divine Sword again and again. He attacked Ling Han in wild fury. Ling Han brandished his divine demon sword to parry these attacks, blocking the bursts of deadly sword chi. Even though the divine demon sword wasn't a celestial tool yet, its material had already reached the level of divine metal. In any case, the Green Song Divine Sword couldn't unleash the true might of celestial kings, so there was actually little difference in might between the two swords. Why, you also own a celestial tool? The ancestor of the Kong clan stammered in disbelief. He was truly flustered at this moment. The Green Song Divine Sword was his ultimate trump card, yet Ling Han was actually able to rival it? How could he not be flustered? This was a celestial tool. Something that even celestial kings didn't necessarily possess. How could such a measly immortal palace tier elite obtain one? If he knew that Ling Han not only possessed a celestial tool, but that the divine demon sword even had the potential to become a Heavenly Venerate tool, perhaps he would pass out in fright. In fact, Ling Han already possessed a Heavenly Venerate tool. It was just that this Heavenly Venerate tool was severely wounded at this moment, meaning that he couldn't use it for a very long time. Ling Han charged over, brimming with might as he slashed down with his divine demon sword. Clang clang clang. His sword violently clashed with the Green Song Divine Sword. If outsiders saw this, they would definitely be transfixed with shock. This was because two non-celestial king tier cultivators were actually wielding a celestial tool each. Many celestial kings would be utterly embarrassed and humiliated by this sight. After blocking 7 strikes, the ancestor of the Kong clan was finally unable to endure any more. He started to vomit blood. He hurriedly retrieved some alchemical pills to ingest, and his aura started to recover in no time. In fact, it became even stronger than before. It was clear that these alchemical pills did more than just heal him. Beyond that, they could even elevate his battle prowess. However, could a person's battle prowess increase for no reason at all, especially at the ascending origin tier, where even advancing a slight amount was unfathomably difficult? Ling Han was now certain that the Kong clan had definitely uncovered the treasure storage of some grand alchemist. Otherwise, how could they possess so many alchemical pills? Moreover, these were all extremely high-level alchemical pills. In any case, under Ling Han's relentless attacks, it wasn't long before the ancestor of the Kong clan started to show signs of struggle again. This time he couldn't ingest any more alchemical pills. It wasn't that he had run out of them, but rather that the effects of these alchemical pills were far too potent. They could not only heal someone, but they could even unleash someone's potential. However, it was also because of this that one couldn't ingest too many of these pills. Otherwise they would die from an overdose. However, Ling Han was far too powerful, so the ancestor of the Kong clan could only block a few strikes before suffering severe wounds again. He felt like he was about to die. Stop, stop. He shouted as he hurriedly shot back in retreat. He tried to distance himself from Ling Han, shouting, "Young man, there's no unresolvable animosity between us, so why don't we stop here? I'm willing to compensate your friend." After uttering these words, he couldn't help but feel humiliated and vexed. Their ancestral grounds had been flattened, and their elites had been wounded and killed. Yet, he actually had to apologize to the culprit behind all of this? How could he not feel vexed and angry? However, what else could he do? If he continued to fight, it was certain that he would end up dead. "All right," Ling Han said with a nod. "At that time you snatched a treasure map from my underling. You can return that map now. Of course, you need to return it with all the treasures that you obtained as well. The ancestor of the Kong clan wore a livid expression. This treasure map was far too important. Even after several billion years, and even though he had already obtained so many treasures, he had only managed to clear out half of the treasure storage. Moreover, the most valuable treasures still remained inside. It wasn't that he didn't want to retrieve these treasures, but rather that he couldn't. He needed a profound amount of time to undo the seals in the treasure storage. Thus, how could he hand this treasure map over? It was the foundation for the Kong clan's rise. The ancestor of the Kong clan smiled and said, "To be honest with you, I've already cleared out the entire treasure storage. As for the treasure map, I naturally burned it a long time ago." Ling Han shook his head and said, "Old man, are you trying to trick a 3-year-old with these words? If you don't hand the treasure map over, you won't live to see another day." Old geezer. The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire also stepped forward. Since Ling Han had gained an upper hand, he was naturally unafraid to speak as well. "There's genuinely no treasure map to hand over," the ancestor of the Kong clan said in a sincere voice. "Then I'll retrieve it by myself," Ling Han said. He charged forward with vigor, slashing down with his divine demon sword. The ancestor of the Kong clan blocked a few strikes, yet he became increasingly unable to resist. After a while, Ling Han sent him sprawling with a punch before taking him captive. "Search his mind," the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire said. He bitterly hated the Kong clan, especially the ancestor of the Kong clan. If it weren't for this person, he would have definitely advanced to the ascending origin tier already. "No!" the ancestor of the Kong clan hurriedly shouted. He was filled with fear and he continued, "I've already formed a seal in my mind. If someone tries to search it, it will immediately explode. You won't be able to find any secret." He was clearly afraid of death. After all, searching his mind was equivalent to killing him. Ling Han naturally wouldn't trust him so easily. He placed a hand on his head and sent a wisp of his divine sense inside. It wasn't long before he discovered that the ancestor of the Kong clan was indeed telling the truth. His mind was protected by seals that would self-destruct upon contact. "Don't even dream about trying to interrogate me either. Under the effects of these seals, it's impossible for me to reveal any information regarding the treasure map. Once I speak, my mind will crumble into pieces," the ancestor of the Kong clan said. Ling Han frowned upon hearing this. He hadn't expected the ancestor of the Kong clan to be so ruthless to himself. "However, I can take you to that treasure chamber," the ancestor of the Kong clan said. With a quick turn, the ancestor of the Kong clan surprisingly made a concession. That treasure chamber was extremely dangerous. After several billion years, he had only managed to undo half of the restrictions there. Meanwhile, the remaining restrictions were even more terrifying. Trying to undo them would take a profound amount of time. At the very least, he was extremely familiar with this treasure chamber. As long as they entered together, he was confident that he could trick Ling Han and the others to their death. This was a trap. This was his key to transforming defeat into victory. Ling Clan gazed at the ancestor of the Kong clan. He was naturally aware of what this person was planning. However, he was unsure of just how dangerous this treasure chamber really was. However, would he falter in the face of danger? Ling Han smiled and said, "Fine. Then I'll be troubling you." Ling Han, the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire, hurriedly exclaimed in warning. The attitude of this person had changed far too quickly. He was definitely scheming something sinister. "If you're too scared to go, then there'll be no treasures for you," Ling Han said with a chuckle. "Me? Too scared?" The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire had a quick temper, so he immediately straightened his body and announced that he was going to go. However, he was no fool either. Since even the ancestor of the Kong clan could retrieve treasures from there, someone as powerful as Ling Han would naturally be fine as long as he was careful. Even so, they naturally couldn't be careless when entering such a dangerous place. Ling Han and the others made some preparations first before following the lead of the ancestor of the Kong clan to the treasure chamber. Only after setting off did the ancestor of the Kong clan reveal that the treasure chamber was located far away in the seven majestic heaven. Chapter 2388, Advancing Physique. Ling Han was astonished as he glanced at the ancestor of the Kong clan. This old man was truly good at hiding things. The treasure chamber was in the seven majestic heaven, yet he had situated the clan in the scorching flames heaven. There were a whopping 3 heavenly realms between these two places. Couldn't he have situated the clan somewhere closer? At least somewhere in the same heavenly realm? However, this was naturally an arrangement made in order to keep the secret. The sudden rise of the Kong clan had been far too unnatural. Anyone could see a problem. In fact, it was certain that members within the clan had also grown greedy and restless, yearning to take the treasure chamber for themselves. Thus, the ancestor of the Kong clan had decided to build the clan in the Scorching Flames heaven. That way no one would ever suspect that the treasure chamber was located in the 7 Majestic heaven. Otherwise, would it not be simpler to build the clan in the 7 Majestic heaven? That way it would definitely be easier to travel to and from the treasure chamber. Judging from this, it was clear that the ancestor of the Kong clan was a careful and meticulous person. It was also no wonder that he had placed seals in his own mind. However, it was also clear that this treasure chamber was definitely a profound place. It was because of this that the ancestor of the Kong clan was so unbelievably careful. Ling Han was completely unafraid. He was simply filled with eagerness and anticipation. It was genuinely possible that this was the treasure chamber of a 5-star alchemist. It was genuinely possible that he would find Celestial King tier alchemical pills inside. In order to save time, Ling Han drew most of the people into his spatial god tool. Without the Black Tower, he felt that things were much more troublesome than before. After all, spatial god tools weren't exactly safe places to stay inside. They could be shattered very easily. It would be much better if he could forge them from divine metal. Ling Han turned his attention to the Green Song Divine Sword. However, this was a divine sword. It was one matter that one couldn't unleash its full might if the sword didn't recognize them as its master. However, if he wanted to dissect or damage it, the sword would definitely unleash its might by itself. This was the grand power of a celestial king. Who dared to challenge it? At the very least, Ling Han wasn't keen to face it. However, Wally was extremely eager, and he wanted Ling Han to obtain the Green Song Divine Sword for him. He said that Ling Han owed him this. You need 100 million years just to digest that one scroll, so giving it to you is definitely a waste. I'll look after it in the meantime. Rest assured, I definitely won't steal your things. Ling Han said in righteousness. Oh, that's right. Are you able to eliminate the Celestial King symbols on the sword? If these Celestial King symbols were destroyed, the celestial tool would be reduced to nothing more than a sharp weapon. It would only possess the innate might of divine metal, and it would be unable to unleash the power of celestial kings. In the eyes of others, this would be a humongous waste. It would be a case of neglecting the essentials to attend to the trifles. Why was a celestial tool freakish? It was exactly because of these celestial king symbols. Only divine metal could withstand such power, and all other materials would crumble under the magnificent power of celestial kings. Wally nodded and said, My body can automatically extract all fundamental matter. Can I learn this skill? Ling Han shamelessly asked. No, you can't, Wally replied with a shake of his head. My body is constructed from superstring materials, allowing me to possess an incredible recovery ability. Ling Han had indeed witnessed this ability before. He had managed to recover even after being smashed to pieces by the large black dog. Moreover, it was as if he hadn't experienced any wounds at all. Upon seeing this, the large black dog had thirsted for such an ability. However, it was a shame that it couldn't be taught. Ling Han shook his head. He might as well go and play with Little Terror. It was recultivating using the cultivation system of the celestial realm, and it had to be said that its progress was as slow as could be. This was naturally because it was formed by the heaven and earth of the foreign realm, meaning that it was born to fight for the foreign realm. Now that it had come to the celestial realm, it was naturally being targeted and suppressed to a great degree. If it weren't for Wally performing some surgery on Little Terror, changing some things and teaching it some other things, Little Terror would very likely have been immediately targeted and killed by heaven and earth upon entering the celestial realm. Ling Han accelerated time for Little Terror, allowing it to develop quicker and advance to the expected cultivation level quicker. No matter what, it at least needed to return to the ascending origin tier. Speaking of returning to the ascending origin tier, after traveling for 7 days, Ling Han also felt like he had accumulated enough experience and comprehension. He couldn't find a single flaw in his cultivation. Even Wally nodded in agreement. This was naturally thanks to the Heavenly Venerate blood. Otherwise, Ling Han might have needed to cultivate for dozens of years more before advancing. He unleashed his cultivation, and resolutely invited heavenly tribulation. Half a day passed and Ling Han descended from the sky and scathed. He got the others to obtain a carriage and he sat inside to comprehend Tao. After his facing heavenly tribulation, a wealth of enlightenment had burst into his mind. This was mainly because the Heavenly Venerate blood had fused together with the indestructible Heaven Scroll. After reaching such a cultivation level, trying to advance his physique in divine sense with the indestructible Heaven Scroll no longer relied on cultivating in seclusion. Instead, it required a vast amount of natural treasures. However, even though Ling Han had obtained the resources of so many ancestral kings, he was still extremely tight on resources. After all, few ancestral kings would keep all of their belongings in their spatial god tool. In any case, during such intense battles, how could the spatial god tools of the ancestral kings have withstood the might of fellow ancestral kings or even heavenly venerates? Many of them had naturally been destroyed, with their contents disappearing into the void. Ling Han's physique was indeed advancing. However, it was doing so at a snail's pace. After facing heavenly tribulation, however, he had unexpectedly activated the Heavenly Venerate blood. This made him feel like his physique could advance to a new height. Just what kind of beings were Heavenly Venerates? These were beings who were transcendent above regulations. Just a single drop of their blood was unfathomably valuable, to say nothing of a handful. It was far more useful than any natural treasure. However, Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu had been afraid of killing Ling Han, so he had slowed down the effects of the Heavenly Venerate blood. After being stimulated by heavenly tribulation, however, this blood had unleashed a small portion of its power. Ling Han was slowly enveloped by a thick cocoon. Its surface was golden yellow, and it more so shimmered with 18 different colors. It radiated with a paramount might. In the presence of such might, the others couldn't advance at all. They didn't dare to move this cocoon, so they could only pause their trip. Several days passed and the golden cocoon finally cracked apart. Ling Han soared into the sky, his body completely naked. However, no one could see him clearly. This was because he was shrouded in colorful light that pulsated with an astonishing aura. "Ah, my eyes!" The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire exclaimed as he hurriedly turned around. Even though he couldn't see clearly, he was naturally aware of Ling Han's current state. He had actually seen the naked body of another man. He could barely contain his emotions. "Ah!" The Empress immediately smacked him to the floor. He actually dared to shun the body of her man? Was he tired of living? Being able to witness it was his fortune. The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire could only hide his grief. He knew just how prideful the Empress was. Trying to reason with her would be completely futile. Thus, he had no option but to swallow his emotions. In any case, who told him to voice his feelings? Ling Han retrieved some clothes from his spatial god tool before descending to the ground. He was beaming from ear to ear. "How do you feel?" The Empress, Huang, and bewitching Maiden Ro asked as they gathered over. Meanwhile, his other wives all remained in the spatial god tool. They were all filled with eagerness. Ling Han had actually been shrouded in colorful light. This was a phenomenon unique to celestial kings. Ling Han shook his head and said, "I'm still nowhere near the level of celestial king." The colorful light had appeared due to the Heavenly Venerate blood. "You're not far off," Wally said. Green light scanned Ling Han up and down and he continued, "Right now your defense index has reached 4,800. Once it reaches 5,000, that will correspond to your so-called celestial king tier." This was absolutely terrifying. One had to realize that celestial kings could only gain such a powerful defense after channeling the power of regulations. However, Ling Han's physique alone had already reached such a state it was eternal. Comparing the two, it was easy to see just how freakish he was. Ling Han was also just learning of this. He only knew that his physique had advanced by a considerable amount and that it was still unable to withstand the might of celestial tools head-on. However, he hadn't realized that the gap was already so small. Chapter 2389, Jiu Quan. The ancestor of the Kong clan was also listening in beside them, yet he couldn't make head nor tail of what was going on. What defense index? However, he at least understood that Ling Han's physique was incredibly freakish. It was almost at the Celestial King tier. Fortunately, it hadn't reached the Celestial King tier yet. Otherwise, the restrictions in the treasure chamber might not be able to wound him. Of course, it was also possible that these people were purposely lavishing praise onto Ling Han, with the intention of warning him not to have any dangerous thoughts. If that were the case, their attempts were in vain. They continued their journey. Ling Han and the Empress successfully unlocked a higher cultivation limit, so they could naturally start to cultivate source power again. This was truly a long process. Even with the blood essence of ancestral kings, they could only shorten this process by 10-fold to 100-fold, but it would still require a shocking amount of time. They didn't hide their tracks. In any case, it would have been extremely difficult to hide. This was because they needed to use numerous transfer formations, so the chance of being discovered was very high anyway. Thus, after traveling for around 2 months, their path was finally blocked by someone. It was an ordinary-looking young man. He was dressed in coarse clothes, and even though he was clearly young, he had a weathered and worn look. It was as if he had suffered far too much grief, causing his expression to become one of perpetual melancholy. He was obstructing Ling Han and the others' path, and he had even placed a large boulder in the middle of the road. He sat atop this boulder with his eyes half closed. However, this still couldn't hide his expression of melancholy. "I'll go," the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire volunteered. He had already made a full recovery. Ling Han had refined some top-notch healing alchemical pills for him, and it was naturally very easy to heal the wounds of a measly Immortal Palace tier cultivator. Moreover, Ling Han was extremely generous to his friends, so he had even given the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire a significant amount of ancestral king blood. This greatly increased his cultivation speed, causing his battle prowess to also become much superior to what it had been before. Thus, he was itching to test himself out. Ling Han smiled and said, "You want to go? Perhaps even 10,000 of you won't be able to rival a single finger of this person." The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire naturally didn't believe this. "Brat, are you belittling me?" "He's speaking the truth," the young man on the boulder suddenly said. He opened his eyes, and they were surprisingly a haze of white. It was as if he were blind. However, possessing the ability to easily defeat the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire, he was definitely an Immortal Palace tier elite at the very least. That being the case, how could he not heal his eyes? The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire was infuriated. So be it if Ling Han belittled him. He could treat this as banter between friends. However, who the fuck did this person think he was? Ling Han looked toward the youth and asked, "You are?" "Jiu Quan," the youth replied apathetically. "I possess everything, yet I always lack joy. I'm unable to attain perfection, so I'm called Jiu Quan 1. Huang was extremely curious and she asked, "Why not Jiu Mei 1? Jiu Quan glanced at Huang and replied, "Because Jiu Mei is my junior sister 1. "Alrighty then. It's a pair of weirdos. Don't try to change the topic. Am I really that weak?" The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire asked, unwilling to accept this. Jiu Quan stood up, and a devastating aura instantly surged forth. This was the unique aura of an ascending origin tier elite. His source power pulsated, easily resonating with the regulations of heaven and earth. This was because source power was the fundamental power of the world, so it was naturally closer to the regulations. Consummate level of the ascending origin tier. Ling Han said. The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire immediately shut up. To say nothing of an ascending origin tier elite at the consummate level, even one at the small accomplishment could easily kill him 10,000 times over. "I think we've met before?" Ling Han said with a smile. "No, we haven't," Jiu Quan replied with a shake of his head. "So there's no animosity between us?" Ling Han asked. "No," Jiu Quan replied with another shake of his head. "Then why are you blocking our path?" Jiu Quan sighed and said, "I can't go against Master's commands." "Oh." Ling Han nodded and asked, "Who's your master?" "Arduous Law Celestial King," Jiu Quan replied in a respectful voice. "Never heard of him," Ling Han said with a shake of his head. "Then you've definitely heard of my Grandmaster's esteemed name," Jiu Quan said. His eyes lit up, and it was as if an arc of raging lightning were shooting across the clear sky, forcing the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire to involuntarily squint. "He's the Jianghu Heavenly Venerate." The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire was astounded. He was naturally aware of the existence of Heavenly Venerates now. This Jiu Quan person was actually the grand disciple of a Heavenly Venerate? This was far too terrifying. He hurriedly opened his eyes, only to see Ling Han taking a step forward. His body leaned forward, and 2 gashes had already appeared on the sleeves on his forearm. These were clean cuts that had clearly been left by a sharp weapon. He then looked at Jiu Quan, only to see that a sword had appeared in his hand at some time. Right now he was slowly sheathing this sword. With a crisp clang, the sword fully slid into its sheath. Whoosh! Ling Han's sleeves were completely severed, and they slowly drifted to the ground. However, there wasn't a single scratch on his arm. It was clear that in the split second that the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire had closed his eyes, Ling Han had already exchanged a strike with Jiu Quan. In fact, they might have already exchanged several strikes. However, the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire hadn't noticed these exchanges at all. If he hadn't opened his eyes to witness them, perhaps he would have thought that he had simply blinked and not missed anything at all. He drew a sharp breath. Just how powerful were these two people? Very well, you're worthy of being my opponent, Jiu Quan said apathetically. He possessed everything but the feeling of joy. He would never smile either. I'm at the consummate level of the ascending origin tier, and you're at the small accomplishment. I'm only 2 minor levels above you. These were the words of Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu. They could target Ling Han as long as they were no more than 2 minor levels above him. Even the grand disciple of a Heavenly Venerate was being so careful, so it was clear that Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu had truly made a name for himself during that battle. He had also announced to the world that the Celestial Realm had a 4th Heavenly Venerate, one who was incredibly powerful and assertive. Ling Han clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Then come, let's spar." The two of them soared into the sky. In no time, the sky was immediately filled with astonishing explosions. Deafening booms surged over, and it was as if the sky were rumbling with thunder. Everyone was gazing up at the sky. However, apart from Huang, the Empress, and bewitching Maiden Ro, the 3 ascending origin tier elites, no one else could see the battle clearly. The ancestor of the Kong clan couldn't see it clearly either. This was because his cultivation had been sealed. However, he silently prayed that Jiu Quan could kill Ling Han and his companions. That way he could finally break free. Of course, he was also slightly worried. What if Jiu Quan chose the path of violence and killed him as well? However, it wasn't long before the explosions in the sky ceased. Peace and tranquility returned. Whoosh! A figure shot down. It was none other than Ling Han. He fled, Ling Han said. He squinted as he gazed into the distance. He had to admit that Jiu Quan was indeed a worthy opponent. He was extremely powerful. However, thanks to Ling Han's freakish physique, Jiu Quan could only be suppressed and pummeled. Thus he naturally chose to flee. As the grand disciple of a Heavenly Venerate, he was indeed superior to most others. If Ling Han hadn't obtained the Heavenly Venerate blood and advanced his physique, the outcome of this battle would have been much harder to determine. After all, Jiu Quan possessed an advantage of 2 minor levels. By the looks of it, this won't be a peaceful trip, Ling Han said with a shake of his head. Their location had already been exposed, so the elites from the 3 Heavenly Venerate lineages would definitely continue to hunt them. However, as long as he wasn't attacked by a celestial king, Ling Han was genuinely unafraid. They continued to advance. Sure enough, they were met with a wave after wave of attacks. Some came alone while others came in groups. However, they were all beaten back by Ling Han. Some were even killed on the spot, serving as a warning to the others. Several months passed, and they had already entered the 7 majestic heaven. They had also traveled through the final transference portal. At this moment, they only had the final stretch left to travel. Ha! Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. This was because 2 groups of people were engaged in a bloody battle before them. Moreover, the surroundings were already littered with corpses. Chapter 2390, Human Traffickers. When Ling Han and the others arrived, the battle was already drawing to a conclusion. One side only had 3 people remaining, while the other side was still strong in numbers. They had already gained an absolute advantage, so exterminating their opponents wouldn't take much longer. This is the business of the Black Wind faction. If you know what's good for you, then piss off. A person from the more numerous side roared at Ling Han and the others. He wore a murderous expression. The situation seemed extremely clear. A group of mountain bandits was currently robbing another group, and Ling Han and the others had coincidentally come across their skirmish. However, was this truly a coincidence? During their journey, they had been hunted by far too many people. Even though they had all been beaten off, it was exactly because of this that they were even more cautious. Perhaps they had realized the futility of attacking them head-on, so they were trying out other tactics now. However, Ling Han was unafraid. He smiled and said, "What kind of business is this? Why don't we get rich together?" The members of the Black Wind faction all faltered upon hearing this. Were these people provoking them on purpose? Or were they truly this stupid? One of the bandits saw Huang and the others, and he couldn't help but gulp in lust. These 3 women are fairly fine. Go and test them out. 3 bandits instantly leaped forward, swinging their broadswords at Ling Han, the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire, and the others. The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire was extremely pissed off. What in the world had he done? Why were these people randomly attacking him? Did he look like a pushover? He immediately charged forward. Pung pung pung. With a single punch from him, the 3 bandits were all sent flying, drawing a wonderful arc in the air before heavily thudding on the ground. Because these people were evil and merciless bandits, he hadn't held back at all. He had unleashed a fatal attack. They were only measly Genesis tier cultivators, and they hadn't even advanced to the Severing Mundane tier, yet they had actually dared to provoke him. His quick and brutal attack instantly terrified the remaining bandits. They screamed in fear as they fled in disarray. The 3 remaining survivors of the other group all breathed a sigh of relief. They then hurriedly thanked Ling Han and the others. "We still have urgent matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave first. When we get to Red Fruit City, we'll make sure to thank you properly," one person said. Ling Han initially hadn't planned to play the part of a hero. He hadn't planned to ask for any thank you gift either. However, the words of this person displeased him greatly. This was far too perfunctory, no? This person hadn't given his name, nor had he given any specific location. That being the case, how would Ling Han and the others find them at Red Fruit City? He swept his gaze over them. These people were most likely merchants, and they had a total of 10 carriages of goods. When his gaze lingered over one of these carriages, tense expressions spread across the faces of the 3 people. "We're also tired after walking for so long, so we'll borrow one of your carriages to rest," Ling Han said with a smile. As he said this, he walked toward that carriage. "Good sir," the 3 people exclaimed as they obstructed his path. "Come, please use this carriage. It's the largest and the most spacious, and its interior is also the most extravagant." "Piss off," the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire said with a humph. With a flick of his hand, the 3 people instantly collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Ling Han laughed, and he praised the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire by saying, "You're becoming better and better in your role as my underling." "Piss off," the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire said with a ticked-off expression. When they arrived before that carriage, Ling Han reached over to open the carriage door, only to see 2 rows of women sitting inside. They were huddled together, and they all wore expressions of fear and terror. Looking closely, he could see that all of the women were bound by ropes. Ling Han instantly came to a realization. The bandits had indeed been genuine bandits. However, these merchants weren't some kind of upstanding citizens either. They were involved in human trafficking, so it was no wonder that they had been so anxious and tried to prevent him from entering this carriage. One of the 3 people suddenly unleashed a bellow as he lunged forward and swung his broadsword at Huang. He knew they had been exposed, so he planned to take one of the women as a hostage. That way he could use her to threaten Ling Han. Upon seeing this, the 2 other people also woke from their daze. They hurriedly raised their swords and charged forward. Huang giggled before unleashing a deafening bellow. Boom. The weapons and clothes of the 3 people all exploded into smithereens. Their skin also cracked apart, causing blood to pour down their bodies. They started to stumble around, and it was as if they were drunk. Ling Han sent the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire over to free the bound women. Meanwhile, he jumped off the carriage with a smile and said, "You people are far too unprofessional when it comes to human trafficking. At the very least, you need to prepare a spatial god tool." The 3 people grumbled in their minds. If they could have afforded spatial god tools, they naturally wouldn't have taken such a big risk and gone to so much trouble. However, they were only at the Genesis tier, and they weren't familiar with the regulations of space either. Thus, they couldn't make their own spatial god tools. 2 birds of a feather. Ling Han resolutely lashed out. Pah! The 3 people exploded into clouds of blood. However, even though they had saved these people, they were now a burden on their group. After all, could they just abandon these frail women here? Neither Ling Han nor the others could find it in their heart to be so cruel. Thus, they had no option but to take these women home. Fortunately, the human traffickers had been low in cultivation level, so they didn't have the ability to kidnap people from too far away. As such, they managed to take them all home after just 2 days. Apart from one person. It was a small girl who was only 7 or 8 years old. She was wearing a green dress and she was truly as adorable as could be. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been targeted by the human traffickers either. However, the problem was that she was actually mute. This complicated things greatly. The other kidnapped women hadn't known where this young girl had come from either. Ling Han and the others asked around in the surrounding villages, yet they couldn't find anyone who had lost a young daughter. After a while, they indeed found someone who claimed to have lost a daughter. However, Ling Han and the others discovered that this person harbored evil intentions, and was simply coveting the girl's beauty. In the end, Ling Han and the others had no option but to take her along with them. This young girl couldn't speak, so she was naturally quiet. However, her eyes were extremely lively and at times, it even looked as if she possessed intelligence that could see through the mortal world. Ling Han and the others were quite astonished by this. Just what had this young girl experienced to possess such an expression? She was extremely peculiar and she was always gazing into the distance. She wouldn't respond to any question either. Ling Han and the others all clicked their tongues in wonder. This young girl was truly as pure as a pond of water. Just how had she been raised to be so bright and pretty? This made Ling Han want to take her as a disciple. However, the young girl didn't respond to anyone, so he naturally couldn't take her in as a disciple even if he wanted to. They continued on their trip. Because they had already arrived in the 7 majestic heaven, it only took them 14 more days to arrive before the treasure chamber. Of course, they had encountered several more enemies these past few days. The final few hadn't challenged them head-on, and they had instead laid traps or attempted to assassinate them. It was as if they had finally realized that they couldn't defeat Ling Han head-on. However, none of this could trouble Ling Han. His physique had almost reached the Celestial King tier, so as long as he wasn't attacked by a Celestial King, only hacking him with a Celestial tool could deal any damage. Right now, apart from the ancestor of the Kong clan, he hadn't come across another ascending origin tier elite who possessed a Celestial tool. In this sense, the ancestor of the Kong clan was even more impressive than those disciples of the Heavenly Venerates. This was a lifeless and desolate mountain. There was nothing unique about it at all. However, none of them realized that after arriving here, the young girl Ling Han and the others called her Ching 1 because she refused to change out of her green dress appeared as if she had regained her soul. The ancestor of the Kong clan fiddled left and right. After a long while, a passageway suddenly materialized at the foot of the desolate mountain. Ling Han didn't tell the ancestor of the Kong clan to lead the way. Instead, he grabbed him in his hand. That way he could toss him forward to block any potential dangers that they encountered. Shortly after entering, the entrance behind them automatically resealed itself. The desolate mountain returned to its original form. Chapter 2391, Breaking the Restrictions. The passageway was dark and eerie. However, following the sounds of their footsteps, the passageway started to light up section by section. Above them were pieces of jade-like rock. They could emit light and quickly illuminated the entire passageway. The passageway wasn't long and a large expanse of space opened up before them after a short while. They were standing in a cave atop a cliff. Before them was a stretch of buildings situated around 3,000 meters below them. These buildings were exquisite, yet they also seemed dignified and majestic at the same time. They were all constructed from bricks and tiles, and the columns that stood among them were all engraved with dragons and phoenixes. The surrounding areas were filled with bamboo forests that gently swayed with the wind. "This is the treasure chamber," the ancestor of the Kong clan announced. "Let's go." They flew down the cliff, yet they discovered that the expanse of buildings was protected by some kind of energy barrier. They couldn't enter this place directly. Ling Han could have attempted many different things. For example, he could have hacked at this barrier with his divine demon sword. He could have also asked Wally to analyze this barrier. There were many potential ways to destroy this barrier. However, since the ancestor of the Kong clan was here, why would he go to so much effort? "Come on, lead the way." The ancestor of the Kong clan led them before the expanse of buildings. After his fiddling with some unknown thing, they could then proceed into the area unhindered. The buildings in front are all ordinary buildings. They're simply residences, the ancestor of the Kong clan said. Only the 7 buildings in the back house treasures, so don't waste your time here. Even though he said this, how could they trust him so easily? They carefully searched all of the buildings. However, just as the ancestor of the Kong clan had said, these buildings were indeed devoid of treasures. After carefully searching all of the buildings, they finally arrived before the last 7 buildings. These buildings were clearly larger than the others. Moreover, the 7 buildings were laid out in an intriguing manner, with each of them seemingly conforming and resonating with the other. This was a 7 stars arrangement, where the central building was even larger and grander. It appeared much like an imperial chamber. How do we enter? Ling Han asked. According to our agreement, I've already led you people here. Shouldn't you release me now? The ancestor of the Kong clan replied. Deciding things for yourself now, are we? Ling Han patted the old man's shoulder. Who had agreed to this? The ancestor of the Kong clan naturally understood this as well. He started to bargain with them, saying, Fine, if you want me to undo the restrictions, then unseal my cultivation first. Right now he was no different from an ordinary person. Sit aside first, Ling Han said. He naturally wouldn't concede any ground. He turned to Wally and asked, Want some treasures? If you do, then undo the restrictions here. You're taking advantage of me? Wally said in protest. He had surprisingly gained some intelligence. Ling Han laughed and said, Suit yourself. If I undo the restrictions by myself, you don't need to think about getting any of the treasures. If you undo it, however, I can share some with you. After performing some calculations, Wally nodded in agreement. The women all shook their heads upon seeing this. In terms of calculation ability, Wally was truly as capable as could be. In terms of worldly wisdom, however, he was just as naive. If Ling Han undid the restrictions, the treasures would all belong to Ling Han. Then, if Wally undid the restrictions, shouldn't all of the treasures belong to him? Yet, he had actually agreed to Ling Han's proposal. In reality, everything was a trap. However, in Wally's eyes, it was extremely reasonable that he only received a portion of the treasures since there were so many people here. They were truly speechless about their husband. He would screw humans over, and he would even screw non-humans over. Wally walked forward. However, after taking a few steps, the floor suddenly lit up, unleashing a slash at him. This was a devastating attack that was at least at the consummate level of the ascending origin tier. Whoosh! The blade of light slashed forth, yet Wally retreated even quicker. In some sense, he was also a cultivator of body arts. He didn't draw on the power of regulations, and he instead drew on the power of heaven and earth to unleash his might. As a result, his explosive power was even greater. The blade of light flashed past, yet it struck no target. Astonishment spread across the face of the ancestor of the Kong clan. The first time he had come here, he had been filled with excitement, yet he had also been lacking in power. Thus, he had suffered extremely grave wounds after being struck by this blade of light. However, it had also been because of this that he had recognized the importance of this treasure chamber. Now, however, Wally had actually dodged this attack with such ease. This instantly made him feel displeased. Wally continued to advance, and the blades of light also slashed forth one after another. However, they all failed to strike him. After a while, Wally came to a stop, not advancing any further. At the same time, light burst from his eyes, and it was very likely that he was performing some furious calculations. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes and said, Follow me. Don't make any misstep. He took the lead and everyone followed after him. The ancestor of the Kong clan was still hanging in Ling Han's grip. After taking a few steps, astonishment spread across the face of the ancestor of the Kong clan. This was because Wally had genuinely undone the restrictions of this building. He was unable to accept this. One had to realize that he had paid a huge price for discovering each step. He had suffered severe internal injuries, and it had taken him tens of thousands of years to recover each time. There had been many times that he had wanted to give up because this had been a truly torturous task. However, Wally hadn't been struck a single time. With just a few attempts, he had already undone the restrictions of this place. How could the ancestor of the Kong clan not feel frustrated and irritated? However, how could he know that Wally was actually the culmination of several hundred epochs of knowledge from a higher-level dimension? If he couldn't break the simple restriction of a celestial king, what right would the dark inverse realm have to invade the foreign realm? Wally led the way, and it wasn't long before they made it inside the building. After entering, what greeted them was row after row of shelves. There were all kinds of things on these shelves, with most of them being alchemical pills. However, many of the shelves were already empty. Their contents had clearly been taken by the ancestor of the Kong clan. "Hang on," Wally said. "There's a main control hub here, and if I close it, all of the restrictions here will disappear. However, this restriction also has the effect of maintaining the freshness of the items here. After closing it, the things here will slowly decay." Ling Han smiled and said, "That's fine." Wally went over to fiddle with the control hub. After a short while, he nodded and said, "It's done." Ling Han stepped forward, and sure enough, there wasn't any reaction at all. It was as if this were truly an ordinary building. The most shocked person was naturally the ancestor of the Kong clan. He had initially planned to bargain with his captors, first regaining his cultivation and then taking advantage of his familiarity with this place to trick them to lead them to their deaths. To his shock and disbelief, however, Wally's presence rendered the restrictions here completely useless. Ching Ching also fluttered her eyelids as she glanced at Wally. It was as if she were curious. Ling Han and the others swept away all of the treasures. Most of the treasures had already been taken by the ancestor of the Kong clan, but there were still many things remaining. Most of the remaining treasures were alchemical pills, but there were also some other things such as precious jade that was extremely beneficial to cultivation. These treasures were all useless to Wally. Thus, Ling Han wrote him another debt slip, promising to pay him back with divine metal and other similar items in the future. Only Wally would agree to such unfair exchanges. However, Wally didn't feel that this was unfair. He was extremely motivated as he undid the restrictions of the second building. Ling Han examined the alchemical pills. Sure enough, these were the works of a 5-star alchemist. Most of the alchemical pills had reached the 8th refinement, and a small number of them had even reached the 9th refinement. However, only a single alchemical pill had reached the 10th refinement. Chapter 2392, 7th Level. Ling Han carefully examined the 10th refinement alchemical pill, and expressions of understanding and realization would occasionally flash across his face. He had already reached the 9th refinement long ago. However, after such a long time, he was still unable to reach the 10th refinement. Thus, he was unable to become a 5-star alchemist. This was mainly because he had never seen a 10th refinement alchemical pill before. As such, he had needed to explore everything by himself. Now that there was a 10th refinement alchemical pill before him, he could naturally examine it and attain endless enlightenment. While Ling Han was busy examining the alchemical pill, Wally had already removed the restrictions of the second building. Just like the first building, this building was mostly filled with alchemical pills. However, a majority had already been taken by the ancestor of the Kong clan. Just like the first building, there were also few 10th refinement alchemical pills here. There were only a measly 2. However, they were both 4-star alchemical pills, and they weren't at the Celestial King tier. Ling Han only took the 10th refinement alchemical pills. They were extremely useful to him. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire was giddy with excitement as he fervently ran around collecting the alchemical pills. However, his speed couldn't compare to that of Huang and the others, so he could only shout, "Leave some for me! Leave some for me!" At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. If it weren't for that bastard, I would have already become a Celestial King. There were countless alchemical pills here, and his cultivation aptitude wasn't poor either. Thus, it was extremely likely that he could have indeed become a Celestial King. However, Ling Han retorted, the Celestial Path only opens once every 10 billion years. Even if you had obtained this treasure chamber, you'd still only have been toiling along at the ascending origin tier. "Will it kill you not to taunt me?" the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire asked in irritation. Why did this brat enjoy taunting him so much? Was it just because he toyed with him when passing down his mystical powers at that time? Ling Han responded with a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Kong clan was on the verge of mental collapse. He had spent billions of years to empty half of this building. Now, however, Ling Han and the others had easily removed the restrictions. By the looks of it, they were truly going to empty this building in just a single day. This stark contrast truly drove him crazy. A cold chill enveloped his body. This was because he had already become useless. There was nothing he could use to bargain. If Ling Han and the others wanted to kill him, they would no longer need to hesitate. Sure enough, the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire looked over. He was naturally the one who hated the ancestor of the Kong clan the most. Not only had this person snatched his opportunity, but he had even pushed him to the verge of death. We can calmly discuss things. I can return all of the alchemical pills and treasures that I took, the ancestor of the Kong clan said with a hurried chuckle. He didn't want to die at all. I don't need them. The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire said word by word. He reached over and made a slapping motion. Pa. The ancestor of the Kong clan was instantly flattened into a bloody pancake. Wally was definitely like a hard-working ox. He was plowing the field with no complaints at all. Before long, he had already removed the restrictions from 6 of the buildings. However, he stopped when he arrived at the 7th and final building. This is an absolute restriction. It can only be removed by brute strength, he said. Ling Han and the others were collecting treasures slower than he was removing the restrictions. Thus, they didn't pay any attention to this. Instead, they all headed to the 3rd building. Just like the first 2 buildings, this building also mainly consisted of alchemical pills. When they arrived at the 4th building, they finally discovered some precious tools. There were all kinds of precious tools, though the large majority of them had already been taken. However, there wasn't any celestial tool. They truly wondered what kind of grand fortune the ancestor of the Kong clan had struck to obtain the Green Song Divine Sword. The 5th building was much like the 4th building. However, after arriving at the 6th building, they finally discovered divine metal. This was a fist-sized hunk of purple metal. It was shimmering with color and it looked as attractive as could be. Purple Sun Heavenly Celestial Metal. Ling Han exclaimed. Divine metal? The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire asked in excitement. Ling Han nodded and replied, yes, divine metal. He had to admit that Wally was truly an honest person. Unbelievably honest, in fact. He had been the first to discover this divine metal, yet he actually hadn't taken it away in secret. After jumping around in excitement for a while, the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire shook his head and said, forget about it. It's better if you give me a few ascending origin tier precious tools. Otherwise, I'm not powerful enough to possess such a treasure either. If I reveal it, I'll definitely be robbed. This was the brutal truth. If one weren't powerful enough, yet they possessed an incredible treasure, they would essentially be inviting others to rob them. Moreover, to the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire, obtaining pseudo-celestial tools at the Immortal Palace tier was naturally better at this moment. After all, he could unleash their full might. Ling Han was slightly confused at this moment. He had initially thought that the original owner of this place was a 5-star alchemist. Now, however, it appeared like they were extremely skilled at tool refinement as well. Such a prodigy was extremely rare. There had been a celestial tool here, the one that had been taken by the ancestor of the Kong clan. It was now in Ling Han's hands. At the same time, there had also been 3 5-star alchemical pills. It was unlikely that the ancestor of the Kong clan had obtained any. After collecting all the treasures, they arrived before the 7th and final building. The 7 stars gathered, and this building was the central star. You can't remove this restriction? Ling Han asked Wally. No, Wally replied with a shake of his head. If one's power doesn't exceed the strength of the restriction, then there's no way to remove it. However, if one's power exceeds it, the absolute restriction will obliterate everything in the building. Ling Han was extremely curious at this moment. Of the 7 buildings, 3 housed alchemical pills while 3 housed precious tools. Among them, there were Celestial King tier alchemical pills and also Celestial King tier tools. That being the case, what did this carefully protected building hold? They walked in a circle around the building. However, even Wally couldn't remove the restriction here, so they naturally couldn't do anything either. After circling the building a few more times, they could only sigh in resignation. However, it was at this moment that Ching Ching walked over. She extended her small arm and stroked the wall of the building. This young girl couldn't cause any damage to the building, and the restriction of the building only targeted the building itself anyway. Thus, her stroking the wall wouldn't lead to any danger, and Ling Han and the others let her be. Even though there's still 1 building left, we've already collected quite the astonishing amount of treasures, Ling Han said with a nod. He had obtained several 10th refinement alchemical pills, which would greatly aid him in his endeavor to become a 5-star alchemist. Everyone nodded in agreement. They couldn't remove the restriction, so what else could they do? Let's go. They turned around and prepared to leave. However, after taking just a few steps, they suddenly heard a cracking sound traveling over from behind them. They turned around only to see a web of cracks on the exterior of the 7th building. These cracks weren't on the building itself, but rather on its exterior. It was as if the air had solidified and was now cracking. With a pop, the air crumbled apart like shattering crystals. "The restriction is broken?" everyone exclaimed in astonishment. Just then they had still claimed that this restriction couldn't be broken. Otherwise, if it were, it would destroy everything in the building. Now, however, the restriction had been broken, and the building was still fine. They all looked toward Wally. However, Wally also wore a confused expression. His eyes flashed, and it was clear that he was performing furious calculations. He also couldn't understand this situation. The restriction had genuinely been broken. However, no other reaction followed. Could it be because of Qing Qing? Bewitching Maiden Ro asked. They all looked toward Qing Qing. However, they immediately shook their heads. No matter how they looked at her, this young girl didn't appear to possess any unique ability. "Since the restriction has been removed, let's go in and take a look," Ling Han said. He retrieved his divine demon sword as he walked over. He couldn't use the Black Tower, one of his biggest defensive trump cards now. Thus, he naturally couldn't be careless facing the unknown. "Be careful," the Empress warned in concern. Ling Han nodded in acknowledgement. He then grabbed Wally over and held him in front like a shield. Even celestial kings couldn't kill Wally, so he was naturally fit to be used as a shield. Everyone was rendered speechless. Chapter 2393, Arrival of Elites. Ling Han's words were courageous and moving, yet he was now using the pitiful Wally as a shield. This was utterly shameless. Meanwhile, Wally was filled with confusion. "Why are you grabbing me?" "I'm scared that you'll trip," Ling Han randomly replied. Wally became even more confused and he said, "I have a strong balancing ability, so I won't trip even if I lose my center of gravity. There's no need for you to grab me." "Don't worry, just treat this as me respecting elders and caring for youth," Ling Han said, continuing to make up nonsense. Others could see through his nonsense in an instant. However, Wally could only react after performing the necessary calculations. Right now, he had determined that the 7th building posed almost no danger to them at all. Thus, he was naturally confused about Ling Han's intentions. In terms of analysis alone, Wally was definitely one of a kind. Perhaps even Heavenly Venerates couldn't rival him. In terms of simple emotional intelligence, however, he was on the same level as toddlers. Wally wore an expression of confusion. However, he still nodded and accepted the excuse of respecting elders and caring for youth. This was because he was indeed very old. Ling Han entered the building with Wally. Qing Qing also wanted to enter, yet she was dragged back by bewitching Maiden Ro, who shook her head and said, "It's dangerous." Qing Qing also wore an expression of confusion as she looked up at bewitching Maiden Ro. Her expression could certainly compete with Wally's. Ling Han advanced very slowly with his divine demon sword in his right hand and his shield, Wally, in his left hand. He was extremely careful as he took each step. He didn't know what dangers lay ahead, so he naturally had to be as careful as he could. Like the maw of a gigantic beast, the inside of the building was pitch black. However, when Ling Han arrived in the depths of the building, the surroundings suddenly became bright and illuminated. The pitch-black building instantly became radiant. He squinted his eyes as he observed the surroundings. This building was completely different from what he had imagined. There were no shelves here, and there was instead a gigantic mirror in the middle of the room. Was this some kind of paramount treasure? One that needed the protection of a self-destructive restriction. Its owner had forged it, yet restricted it to this building. It was as if they were hesitant to destroy it, yet also hesitant to have others obtain it. This made Ling Han extremely curious about this mirror. He casually tossed Wally aside as he looked toward the mirror, only to see his own reflection appearing in the mirror. Looking closely, his figure disappeared, and what replaced it was an expanse of starry sky. Looking again, and the starry sky also disappeared. What replaced it was something that even Ling Han couldn't comprehend. "This is dimension coordinates," Wally suddenly exclaimed. His voice was filled with emotion. "What's dimension coordinates?" Ling Han asked. Wally pondered for a moment before replying. "For example, if we want to enter another dimension, we can only travel through the connection between the two dimensions. However, each dimension will definitely have its own weak points. If these weak points are discovered by elites, they can use their profound power to directly enter through these points. So we can use this item to enter other dimensions? Ling Han asked. Wally shook his head and said, the person who created this machine possesses astonishing knowledge of the regulations of space. He found the weak point of your dimension off course. This might also be an incorrect discovery. In any case, only elites from other dimensions can arrive through here. Ling Han couldn't help but feel disappointed. Only others could arrive through here and they couldn't use it to leave. This was truly a useless item. No wonder the owner of this place had put a strict restriction on the mirror. If it were activated, they would be inviting enemies into their house. This item is a threat. Ling Han pondered for a moment before continuing, we have to destroy it. The original owner most likely hadn't been willing to destroy it. After all, it was the culmination of their hard work. Moreover, this mirror was indeed an advanced tool. However, the original owner had clearly realized its threat as well. Thus, they had put a strict restriction on it in order to avoid any dangers. Wally didn't say anything. However, green light beamed from his eyes and continually scanned the mirror. Ling Han brandished his divine demon sword, leaping forward and slashing down at the mirror. Right at this moment, however, something peculiar happened. The mirror suddenly lit up before starting to spin, becoming quicker and quicker. Wally! Ling Han shouted. This person didn't activate the mirror, did he? Wally didn't reply and he continued to scan the mirror. With a roar, Ling Han raised his divine demon sword again. Swoosh! A burst of sword light swept forward, launching toward the mirror like a gigantic dragon. Huang! A terrifying aura emanated into the surroundings, and it was as if the heavens were about to collapse. The sword chi shattered with a crack before it could even strike the mirror, dissipating like a firework. Gasp! Ling Han involuntarily drew a sharp breath. This mirror was a precious tooler, as Wally called it, a machine. It could mark the location of the celestial realm for countless other realms. It was like a lighthouse. Through the guidance of this lighthouse, paramount beings from other dimensions could traverse across dimensions to arrive here. This was a weak spot that could be penetrated. Just then, Ling Han hadn't been worried. Firstly, the mirror hadn't been activated. Secondly, even if it were activated, there was most likely not an elite who was so bored that they would continue to observe the Genesis world. As such, they wouldn't realize that a lighthouse had suddenly appeared. In any case, it was unconfirmed whether this was a true weak point. At this moment, Ling Han truly wanted to curse. It appeared as if all three conditions had been satisfied. This kind of petrifying aura definitely belonged to the Heavenly Venerates, such as Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu. Who was this? Who was coming over? If this were a Heavenly Venerate from a foreign dimension, just what kind of destructive damage would they cause? With a bellow, he started to swing his divine demon sword. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Bursts of sword chi dashed forward, dancing in the air like dragons. However, the aura emanating from the mirror was still increasing in power. The sword chi from the divine demon sword was completely unable to inhibit it. Ling Han wanted to directly hack the mirror with his sword, yet he didn't even possess the ability to approach it. This aura was so profound that even the heavens would have to prostrate. Boom! Dark clouds formed overhead, signaling the formation of heavenly tribulation. This was a reaction from the heaven and earth of the celestial realm. A paramount being was trying to enter this realm, so even heaven and earth were treating them as an enemy. The existence of Heavenly Venerates was transcendent above the regulations, so they were innately ruining the equilibrium already. The women and the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire also entered the building. They were stunned by what they saw. Moreover, the paramount aura that suffused the surroundings made them go weak at the knees, forcing them to collapse to the floor. Only one person was unaffected: Ching Ching. This was far too astonishing. This was the furious aura of a Heavenly Venerate, yet a young girl was actually able to face it with no fear. If one wanted to withstand the aura of a Heavenly Venerate, they had to be at least at the 8th heaven or 9th heaven of the Celestial King tier. Could this young girl possibly be such an elite? Ching Ching's expression remained one of confusion. However, when she looked at the mirror, her eyes gradually became clear. A paramount aura started to seep from her body. Right at this moment, the mirror suddenly shuddered, with its surface undulating like waves. A figure appeared, and it was as if they had walked over from a profound depth. The mirror shuddered violently, and a head pushed at its surface, forcing it to stretch 30 centimeters out. It was as if they were about to break out from the mirror. However, the mirror possessed powerful elasticity, rendering the person's attempts futile. However, the person started to push with their hands as well, and with a slight burst of power, pop, the surface of the mirror shattered all across the floor. A figure appeared where the mirror had been. Gasp. A person had genuinely traversed through the dimensions and arrived at the celestial realm. Ling Han and the others gazed over. This was a handsome person who looked to be around 20 years old. However, this wasn't important. His aura was far too profound, causing the thunderclouds above them to become increasingly dense. It was as if they were about to unleash the energy of the entire heaven and earth. Chapter 2394. I'm Zhou Heng. The young man looked up with an apologetic smile. His petrifying aura also receded like a tide. In an instant, it was as if he had transformed into an ordinary person. The tribulation of heaven and earth also lost its target, leading it to rapidly dissipate. Ling Han was astounded by what he saw. This young man was definitely a heavenly venerate. However, he could actually conceal his aura and trick the heavens? This was far too astonishing. Wally's eyes became green as he looked the young man up and down. He was acting as recklessly as one could. However, this young man seemed to have a good temper, and he swept his gaze over them before smiling and saying, "Hi, I'm Zhou Heng and I come from another dimension." This kind of arrival and introduction. Ling Han and the others were rendered speechless. A heavenly venerate was actually this amiable? He wasn't stating his title and sect. Meanwhile, Wally frowned and said, "Something on his body is blocking my scanning." A war soldier from the technology realm? Zhou Heng took a few glances at Wally before nodding and saying, "Quite hard to come by. There's no guarantee that one can be created every few hundred epochs." Ling Han and the others were even more astounded. This heavenly venerate was seemingly familiar with many different dimensions. One had to realize that the Genesis world was a cruel dog-eat-dog world, where the different dimensions were always at war and trying to engulf each other. With the arrival of a foreign heavenly venerate, just what kind of devastating calamity would follow? "Fellow friend, are you cultivating your mind in the mortal world?" Zhou Heng asked as he looked at Qing. He wore an expression of praise and he continued, "It's extremely difficult to take the second step in super low-level dimensions. However, you're able to find a different method. Your talent is truly worthy of my praise." Ling Han and the others felt as if they were dreaming. Just how freakish were heavenly venerates? Their status was paramount, and they would often refer to themselves as this venerate. However, Zhou Heng was simply referring to himself as I, or my one. This was truly inconceivable. However, Zhou Heng was actually referring to Qing as a fellow friend? Fellow friend. Gasp. Ling Han and the others all drew a sharp breath. Perhaps Qing was also a heavenly venerate. There were only 4 heavenly venerates in the entire celestial realm: Wu Lu Jiu, sealed emotions and green flames. Qing. Green flames 1. Qing was also looking at Zhou Heng. Her gaze was still puzzled, yet it was gradually regaining clarity. Bah! Zhou Heng suddenly unleashed a short shout, and it was as if the drums of evening and the bells of dawn were awakening one's soul. Huang. Ling Han and the others felt their minds sink before awakening again. It was as if something extra had appeared in their bodies. They couldn't describe what this was, yet it was seemingly allowing them to attain new comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Was the heavenly venerate bestowing this upon them? Qing's gaze instantly became clear. Boom. A paramount aura instantly exploded from her body. At this moment, it was as if all mortals could only kneel and prostrate before her. Heavenly venerate. This was definitely the aura of a heavenly venerate. Qing. No. The green flame's heavenly venerate unleashed her paramount aura at this moment, and she frowned as she gazed at Zhou Heng. She couldn't see through this powerful being. However, would a mighty heavenly venerate be afraid of others? Boom. Green flames erupted above her. These were flames that would cause even 9th heaven celestial kings to tremble. Ling Han and the others bared their teeth. They had actually journeyed together with a heavenly venerate for so many days? And they had even protected her as if she were a helpless young girl? In fact, Ling Han had even wanted to take her as his disciple. According to Zhou, the Green Flame's Heavenly Venerate had been cultivating her mind in the mortal world. Thus, by the looks of it, she had purposefully suppressed her cultivation and transformed into an ordinary human in the toilsome mortal world. Through struggles and hardships, she desired to temper her mind, and thus take that second step. Each person was a part of heaven and earth. Each person possessed the power of heaven and earth. However, it was just that ordinary mortals were unable to harness and wield this power. Each person was a treasure trove. Who are you? From where do you come? The Green Flame's Heavenly Venerate asked. However, she was still in the form of a young girl of 7 or 8 years old, so her voice sounded extremely childish. The contrast was extremely stark. Heaven and earth didn't tolerate Heavenly Venerates, so flashes of lightning lashed down at the Green Flame's Heavenly Venerate. However, this was naturally useless against Heavenly Venerates. They didn't even need to dodge it. Zhou smiled faintly and said, "I harbor no animosity. My reason for coming here is simple. I want to invite elites such as yourself and other young prodigies to a transcendent dimension." Go to a transcendent dimension. Dare I ask, Lord, what's a transcendent dimension? Is it even more powerful than a high-level dimension? Ling Han asked with courage. He felt like this Heavenly Venerate was an extremely amiable person. In fact, this Heavenly Venerate's personality was quite similar to his. He would be extremely friendly and easy to approach as long as his bottom line wasn't crossed. If this bottom line were crossed, however, he would be even more ruthless than others when he unleashed his fury. Zhou nodded and replied, "There are a total of 4 transcendent dimensions. Now, however, only a single one remains." He wore a solemn expression as he spoke. Everyone was astonished. The fundamental goal of the realm wars was to engulf other dimensions. Theoretically speaking, if this remaining transcendent dimension had managed to engulf the 3 other transcendent dimensions, it should have become invincible. As such, what was there to worry about? Zhou smiled and said, "Fine, let me explain this from the beginning. It will clear up your confusion." This Heavenly Venerate was indeed a good-tempered person. The entire Genesis world is like a snake. The dimensions exist in a linear fashion from the strongest down to the weakest. Moreover, the oldest dimensions will slowly decay toward death. At the same time, new dimensions are also being born. This is an endless cycle of death and birth. Zhou pondered for a moment before continuing, "Instead of viewing it as a snake, it's better to view it as a taiji one. It's a cycle of life and death." A long time ago, each dimension in the Genesis world was completely independent. There existed no connections between them, and neither one would interfere with another. As such, there was naturally no realm war. However, at some point in time, the people in an aging dimension were unresigned to their dimension decaying and crumbling, transforming into void. Thus, they created a powerful type of Baina being called hysteria. Hysteria exists to engulf others. It exists to extract energy from other dimensions to replenish an aging dimension. Relying on hysteria, this aging dimension managed to hold on for several hundred more epochs. However, after absorbing so much power of heaven and earth, hysteria became more and more powerful. In fact, it became so powerful that even the people in that aging dimension couldn't control it anymore. And thus, that aging dimension also became a sacrifice to hysteria. It was engulfed by its own creation. Hysteria started to engulf dimensions with no bounds, continually strengthening itself. In the end, it also transformed into a dimension itself, the most powerful dimension. According to the rules of the Genesis world, it's located at the very front. It continued to engulf dimensions. However, behind it were 4 powerful transcendent dimensions that contained countless elites, greatly slowing it down. However, after countless epochs, 3 of the transcendent dimensions have already been engulfed by hysteria. The supreme elites from these dimensions have all retreated to the final remaining transcendent dimension. Together with the elites from this dimension, they're now resisting the invasion of hysteria. Even so, we're still on the back foot. If this continues, there'll eventually come a day when the final transcendent dimension also falls. At that time, the entire Genesis world will be engulfed by hysteria, forever descending into darkness and primal chaos. As things stand now, the Genesis world has also been forced to launch a defensive mechanism, activating the realm wars. This is an attempt to create more transcendent dimensions. Everyone was transfixed with shock. This was the truth behind the realm wars. The aim of the realm wars was actually this lofty and supreme? It was in order to fight back against the destruction of the entire Genesis world. Ling Han was still confused and he asked, why do we need to create more transcendent dimensions? Zhou Heng smiled and replied, because the higher one's cultivation, the more they require a higher level dimension to unleash their full power. Take me for example. If I release my full cultivation, the response from heaven and earth will be immense. If it isn't heaven and earth that suppresses me, it will be me who destroys heaven and earth. Chapter 2395, 6th Tier Heavenly Venerate. Heaven and earth couldn't tolerate Heavenly Venerates. After so long, why could the foreign realm still not defeat the celestial realm? This was because the heaven and earth of the celestial realm was the most powerful weapon. Otherwise, the elites from the foreign realm would have charged over long ago. Thus, once the final transcendent dimension was engulfed by hysteria, the supreme elites from that dimension would have no other place to settle. At that time, how could they fight against hysteria? Right now, even the Genesis world had been forced to link the dimensions together. It had activated the realm wars, and was attempting to create more transcendent dimensions. It was abundantly clear just how terrifying hysteria was. The green flames Heavenly Venerate remained silent. The aim of her, the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable, and the Jianghu Heavenly Venerate was simply to become transcendent beings who were free from the restrictions of this heaven and earth. They wanted the freedom to travel through the dimensions without any restrictions. However, after listening to Zhou Heng, were they genuinely transcendent? Once hysteria charged over, all of the dimensions would be destroyed. The transcendence of Heavenly Venerates simply allowed them to break free from the restrictions of their dimension. They could reside in any dimension without worrying about their strength being weakened. However, if the dimensions all disappeared, Heavenly Venerates would also be rendered useless. That being the case, what transcendence would they enjoy? Ling Han's expression was solemn. He hadn't imagined that the situation was so grave. In comparison, the invasion by the foreign realm truly seemed insignificant. Lord, so you've come over to nurture more elites to fight against hysteria? Ling Han asked. Zhou Heng nodded and said, right now we've stopped hysteria outside the final transcendent dimension. However, our casualty numbers are too great, so we need more fresh reinforcements. As such, I'm traveling through the dimensions in search of prodigies to bring back to the transcendent dimension to nurture. He paused for a moment before continuing, I won't force anyone, but I still hope that those who are prodigious will follow me to the front lines. Otherwise, once the transcendent dimension falls to hysteria, everything will transform into void. Boom. Right at this moment, a colossal tentacle suddenly materialized in the air, slamming down at the green flames Heavenly Venerate and the others. This tentacle was pitch black, and it was covered in numerous indescribable symbols. Its appearance instantly triggered wails of grief from heaven and earth. A corner of heaven and earth was forcefully torn apart, leading to an endless deluge of bloody rain. It was as if heaven and earth were about to collapse. Damn it. Zhou Heng's expression changed drastically. He reached out with his right hand, and a sword had already appeared in his hand at some time. With a single slash, heaven and earth were shaken. The green flames Heavenly Venerate also gave a shout as she pushed her palms out, summoning a wave of boundless flames. Pum. The tentacle slammed down, and the green flames Heavenly Venerate was ruthlessly sent flying. Meanwhile, Zhou Heng barely managed to dash over in time, swinging his sword and slashing at the tentacle. Puh. The sword hacked into the tentacle, yet no blood sprayed into the air. Instead, the tentacle shuddered lightly before transforming into bubbles and vanishing without a trace. This is a spiritual mark of hysteria. It most likely discovered the dimension coordinates of this place as well, so it followed me here. Fortunately, this dimension beacon has already been destroyed. Hysteria can't come here again. Zhou Heng sheathed his sword as he spoke. He then looked toward the green flames Heavenly Venerate. The green flames Heavenly Venerate was in an extremely miserable state. After facing an attack head-on, her chest had directly caved in. She picked herself up with great difficulty. Boom. Flames enveloped her, and her wounds started to slowly heal. A cold chill gripped the hearts of Ling Han and the others. The green flames Heavenly Venerate had actually been severely wounded in a single strike. One had to realize that the tentacle had only been a spiritual mark of hysteria. Just how great was the gulf between their respective power? Ling Han then looked at Zhou. This person was most likely even more powerful than Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu. Otherwise, he couldn't have exterminated Hysteria's spiritual mark. Zhou smiled at Ling Han and said, "The Heavenly Venerable tier is divided into 7 minor tiers. I'm a 6th tier Heavenly Venerate." Fuck. Ling Han and the others were rendered speechless. No wonder this person was so powerful. He was actually a 6th tier Heavenly Venerate. One had to realize that Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu was only at the peak stage of the 1st tier, yet he could already rival the team of Jianghu Heavenly Venerate and the Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable. That being the case, just how powerful was a 6th tier Heavenly Venerate? Then what about Hysteria? Ling Han asked in curiosity. Hysteria reached the peak stage of the 7th tier long ago. Now, it's transformed into a dimension itself, so it's already pointless to measure its power in terms of the Heavenly Venerable tier. Zhou pondered for a moment before replying. In other words, it was even more powerful than 7th tier Heavenly Venerates. This was quite understandable. Otherwise, it couldn't have destroyed 3 transcendent dimensions. The green flame's Heavenly Venerate's wounds still had yet to fully recover. However, she turned around and said, "I've decided. I'm going to follow you to the transcendent dimension." In this dimension she had almost reached the peak of her potential already. It was almost impossible to take another step forward. Of course, this was unless the celestial realm crumbled and she absorbed the essence power of heaven and earth. Only so could she possibly advance to the 2nd tier and realize transcendence. However, this was only a possibility. Moreover, Hysteria was so petrifying, so it was hard to say whether she could ever see this day. Finally, the transcendent dimension could nurture 7th tier Heavenly Venerates, so she would naturally have a better environment to develop if she went there. Zhou nodded in delight, saying, "I can sense 3 other Heavenly Venerates in this dimension. These are all potential allies to recruit. Also, young people like this are our hope for the future. I can only come once, so I need to take everyone who wants to go together." The transcendent dimension definitely had something like a dimension beacon that could guide him back. "Let's go together." Zhou reached forward and drew Ling Han and the others into his sleeve. Of course, he didn't draw the green flame's Heavenly Venerate into his sleeve. Even though she was weaker than him, she was still a Heavenly Venerate after all. Those who could reach this cultivation were all paramount prodigies. With a slash of his sword, Zhou sliced apart the void. He immediately stepped in. After hesitating for a brief moment, the green flame's Heavenly Venerate also stepped in after him. Heavenly Venerates were far too powerful. A split second after stepping into the void, Zhou had already stepped out. They arrived before a tall mountain. There was a palace atop this mountain, and with their powerful vision, they could all clearly see the words Sealed Emotion Palace. It exuded an aura of undying eternity. Zhou shook his sleeve and everyone landed on the ground. He shook his sleeves again, and his aura as a Heavenly Venerate also vanished. This was to avoid being targeted by heaven and earth. As a 6th tier Heavenly Venerate, if he unleashed his full power, the only fate of the celestial realm would be destruction. The green flame's Heavenly Venerate also arrived. Upon seeing Zhou suppress his aura, she was also too embarrassed to show off her own cultivation. After all, even a 6th tier Heavenly Venerate was being so modest. She suppressed her aura, yet she was nowhere near as able as Zhou. She could only maintain this suppression for a short amount of time before being targeted by heaven and earth again. They headed toward the mountain peak. Someone leaped over and roared, "Impudence!" This person blocked their path. This was a youth at the ascending origin tier. He clearly didn't recognize the green flame's Heavenly Venerate, and he more so couldn't recognize Zhou. However, he was extremely familiar with Ling Han. He immediately yelped, "Ling Han!" He was extremely astonished. A measly ascending origin tier elite actually dared to barge into the residence of a Heavenly Venerate? Had he eaten the courage of a dragon? However, Ling Han had someone backing him, so he was naturally brimming with confidence. "I'm accompanying 2 seniors over, so please help me request a meeting with the Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable." The young man exploded with rage. Ling Han actually dared to speak so wantonly? This was a Heavenly Venerate. Was this someone who could be called over on a whim? Also, what did he mean, accompanying 2 seniors? He didn't recognize either of them. At the most, they were only at the Celestial King tier. Yet, they wanted an audience with the Heavenly Venerate? Were they dreaming? Very well. You actually dare to barge into the Sealed Emotion Palace. Don't even think about leaving in one piece," he said in a menacing voice. Ling Han chuckled in his mind. He had naturally laid a trap for this person. Otherwise, he could have directly announced the Green Flame's Heavenly Venerates title. Zhou Heng glanced at him, and a faint smile surprisingly tugged at his lips. He showed no signs of wanting to chide Ling Han. Ling Han knew that this person had most likely been playful in his youth as well. Thus, he allowed him to cause a ruckus here. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.